It's the final stream of the year. Welcome, boys, girls, and everyone else, to the second half of Session 10 of the Sankei Shimbun Cup Women's League qualifier. This is the last session of the year, but we still have 5 more to go in the new year, 2026. Oh, I'm Carol, and today I'm joined by special guest Edwin. Hello.
Hello there.
I believe we saw you play last weekend.
Yeah, the Sparrow's Nest Open. Yeah, those streaming games were fun times.
Yeah, I've never done commentary with you before, so I'm looking forward to this. It should be good fun.
Been a while since I've done it, but trying to get back into the swing of things. So,
absolutely. So, yeah, we'll also be hearing from Korak and Nathaniel later on today. Nathaniel being the person working behind the scenes to do all the lovely stream stuff. I suppose we should talk about our sponsors before we get onto anything else. We are sponsored by USPML and WRC. For USPML, we hope we'll check out Sparrow's Nest, the New York Mahjong series we were just talking about. Fully equipped with the Slim Score, the Ultima, the Rec 3 order tables. Actually, it looks like, I think they moved to a new location recently, and it looks pretty cool from what I've seen of the opens that we've been broadcasting.
Yeah, the space has been... Oh, the space has been is fairly big and compared to their older location, and a lot more easier to access. So I do recommend taking a look over there if you're in the area.
That does, yeah, ease of access does sound like a very positive point. But yeah, our other sponsor is WRC. Hopefully you're here for WRC, the YouTube channel. We are the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international martial tournament in the world. It's held once every 3 years, the next of which will also be in New York in 2028. So, with our sponsors out of the way, anyone tuning in for the first time or who might need a reminder of the format, the qualifier is made up of 2 leagues. We have the Steps League in Tokyo and the Orb League in Western Japan. In Tokyo, we've got 60 teams split into 15 groups of 4. You're locked in your group with the 3 other teams, and you play 10 of the 15 sessions. And the top team of each group and the top individual players will advance to 2 different final tournaments. The Orb League is 5 groups, and since they're in different locations, their games are more spread out, and each region has their own schedule. We do actually have a team from WRC in the Sankei Shimbun Cup playing in that Scepter League. They're made up of an entirely international roster. We have a honorary team captain, Gemma, from the UK, while we have Jen from the US, Miyo Nishida from South Korea, and Yumi Uotani from Japan as our players. The last session, I tried not to mention it yesterday when Jen was on comms with me, but she played the last session, and poor Team WRC took a small negative. I believe they started this session with about 50 points to climb, I believe. Yeah, about 50 points. It's not the end of the world, though. Definitely, when it's nice and close between first place and second place teams, there's a lot to play for. I believe Mio's up this session, and please do stay tuned, because later on in this stream we're going to have a little special video from her, so stay tuned for that. But we're not looking at Group 11 today. I believe we're actually looking at Group 3. And I'd love to see, if we have it, how Group 3 is doing. If it's not Group 3, please do tell me.
No, it should be Group 3.
Here we go. So actually, it's pretty close even here, right? Because even though you see 80 points, when you have that huge first place bonus, that could be overcome in 2 games. But Frontrunner is our leader with 143.4 points. Mish, though, and
living up to their name, actually.
Yeah, the Frontrunner being the Frontrunner. Yeah, I love that. That's great. But seriously, yeah, this could be overturned in 2 of the 3 games we'll be watching today. If Frontrunner get last place, Mish get first, or even Mahjong KO, yeah, could be anything to play for. So, we know our teams. Do we know our players for Game 1? Something that you've definitely done, and I definitely appreciate, is coming with lots of really cool little factoids about everyone playing today. I'm looking forward to seeing that. But in the EC, we do have Canon Hasegawa representing Team Frontrunner. In the South Seat, we have Ryo Kurata representing Team Mahjong KO. In the West Seat, we have Teiki Minami representing Team Hyakudo. And finally, in the North Seat, we have Hinami Mako representing Team Mish. As I was saying, you've got lots of nice little fun facts. Please do sort of intersperse them into the commentary. I'm looking forward to hearing them and sharing them with everyone watching today.
Yep.
So, what's left to do is say good luck to everybody. And hopefully we can see some really good, exciting matches. Yesterday I managed to watch a game where I think we had 2 1,000-point hands, but every other hand was at least a Bangan. Those are the games that
definitely a lot of point swings I saw from yesterday's broadcast.
Those are the games that are really fun to play because you just always like everyone's just building really big value, and it's just a question of like, how can I get my big value hand?
Well, plus also you're nearing the end of the season, right? So
Yeah.
there are some teams that like just have conditions where you're just gonna try to shoot for the moon, so you don't really have much of a choice either.
And speaking of big value, Hasegawa already won away from that potential Itsu shape, just missing, I believe, the 6 of darts to make the 1 to 9. Dora as well for Kurata. Oh, but this is actually really interesting though. In a situation like this, when you've got that sort of potential Itsu, but then you have a pair of the 5, it's definitely going to keep it for a little bit, but hopefully trying to draw anything else that lets us work in the extra value. I mean, I'm also potentially going for a flush here. Speaking of the flush, actually, I hadn't considered it, but the Hasegawa's hand could be building that as well. Kurata 1 away for a normal Pinfu hand. Talk about all this value, but maybe that's not going to be this kind of game. Maybe we just make a nice, simple Pinfu, get to Tenpai first.
Well, now you got idea 2-3-4 Sanshoku with Hasegawa's hand with that 3-so draw.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing about Itsu.
Oftentimes the punch.
That's really interesting about Itsu, right? Oftentimes you have that sort of choice. You can go Itsu or you can go Sanshoku. You can keep that flexibility, and whichever one happens first is the one you end up going for.
Oh, there's a 6.
Now, flexibility or... Okay, we're going to just cut the 2-4.
Yeah, just fight against the Riichi.
Have another look at this reach hand. What is our weight? It is going to be... Okay, it's 2-5 in pins. Okay. I don't particularly see the 2 coming out from Minami here.
Nor the 5 from Hinami.
By my count, I think there's still going to be 2 tiles left to win on, though. Not too bad. Definitely could be a reasonably quick sumo. Could also see
now you could Chinitsu for that, maybe.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, especially if you're unwilling to cut the 5 pin. Maybe you give up on the Itsu, but you manage to create some sort of pair weight instead. We did see the 3. The 2-4 Sanshoku may have been real, but not today. I see Minami still 1 away.
No help for Hinami just yet. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right though. I think wow, 3-4 of bamboo.
Especially the 4, like especially the 4-pin draw. Creating a Ryanman. I mean, what do you want?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you feel it's worth the risk,
right.
and it certainly is safe in the situation for now, at least. South's not going to do it though. Could be 1 away theoretically for Minami, but just not willing to play the 6 of bamboo. Understandable. We know the 4 is safe though.
Okay, takes the 4-so back and decides to just switch it back over.
Yeah. Okay.
In
the end, the 2 would come out. Lucky that we didn't see the Uradora for the Dylan player here, but very good stuff for Kurata to start off with.
Yeah, I don't know if Hasegawa just thought that like drawing back the 4-so meant that maybe she should have just kept the shape to begin with, or something like that. But might have actually been better to stick with a Chinitsu in that case.
Almost in a cruel twist of fate, the 4-so is now the new Dora for this hand. Interesting enough,
And this is a pretty good starting hand for Kurata.
Yeah, it's already very close to complete. Do you have the potential 1-3? So we're not going to Khan the 3-man just yet, but I could definitely see the Khan happening. Speaking of good draws, okay, there's so much trample to clear away in Hasegawa's hand, but at least the first draw was useful.
Minami had the Dora draw that first draw, so it was definitely... We'll try to find some value in that.
No. Obviously,
Too
the two
near the
bamboo is
Dora.
close to Dora, which exactly.
Maybe considering dropping 8-9 so? Or not Mana, sorry. But decides to drop the 2 so anyways.
Yeah, I could see that. 9-pin here just isn't quite helping, unless we're going to guess we maybe make a late Chanter switch. So it's
That's what
doable.
that's what looks. Yeah.
Okay. This is technically one away. It's just not the one away we really like with that pair weight and the Penchan there. But one away is one away. I was talking about the Chanter, but we've just drawn the 5-6-7, unfortunately. Yeah, that 9 has to go back.
Another tile near the door on the other side. Might want to discard 8-9 now, and does.
Yeah, 5's just a better floater. It's also 1 away from Dora rather than being 2 away. So I definitely respect that.
How many pairs is that for Inami?
Inami, right? I have to quickly check.
Oh no!
The 7 came immediately afterwards. Oh no! So sad. And yeah, you're absolutely right. We have 5 pairs, 1 away for the 7 pairs hand. Which is probably why we're seeing the Red Dragon and the East being kept, right? Because obviously that's going to be a really good weight if we do get 7 pairs, as long as we can not make a hand.
And I like the 5-so discard because 5-so, like we just talked about before, is near Dora, and so might be more wanted to be kept in others' hands.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of pairs, technically 1 away, but it's not a 1 away we really like for Hinami here. Gonna cut the West, just stay.
Not appealing at all, really.
Yeah. Especially with the 1 so already once.
Oh my god!
Once cut, pardon me. You know what? Just draw it back in.
Just draw it back, okay.
The problem is they're now still 3-10. If you were to go for the 6-9 pin weight, choosing to wait on the 5 of bamboo, I believe. No Yaki.
It's Sichan-chan because it's the con, so not quite there, but almost.
I missed that. I did miss that, yes. But now we're going to
Now you can con.
I was clearly just seeing into the future by 1 draw. That's... So, chance to Rin-chan. The new Dora will be the
4 pin. No help. Should Riichi. Does.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to reach if you're going to make that Khan, right?
Oh no, there's the 4.
Oh, well, this is the sad thing, right? Because we do have that 7 pairs route. We don't have to go 7 pairs, obviously. There's still the Ipeko, potentially, even though we see some of the 6s and 9s already discarded. Can it turn the 7, 7, 8 pin into 2 sequences? Could also just triple up something. That also works.
I think it's probably just a toy hand at this point.
You know what? Also fair.
Okay. Well, could be
technically 1 Gen Shanten.
Yeah. Could be Suanko.
Yeah, it's worth going for. Absolutely. How many 1-mans and 7-mans do we see? I think there's obviously 1 in this hand. I think we see a 1-man discarded. Yeah, we do. So the odds of tripling up at least 2 of these. Yeah, there are no 7-mans left. There are no 1-mans left either. So this is not going to be Suanko.
I mean, maybe you could just you could just by discarding 2-man here, yeah.
Yeah. I like that. Nice little side grade. This hand's still really sad though for Hinami.
Hasegawa's hand is like forcing itself to try to get back to Tenpai again. Yeah, definitely. Now it looks at now that's for sure it's a Toy type fan now.
Yeah. In the meantime, I think we still have 4 tiles left in this 4-7 of bamboo weight. And yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense for Minami here to go for the Tanya route.
Has to be careful because she did discard the 1 pin, so I mean this could just even be K10 at this point. Oh,
Very
never
fair.
mind.
Or just draw the 4, you know.
Should I just stop talking? She'll just draw the tiles like, it could have been this. And
no, do it more. Do it more. Usually it's me with the commentator's curse. I love this. This is great.
Oh, because it's not you?
Yeah, exactly. Interesting enough, though, I was saying Hinami's hand's kind of bad, but it has become potentially pure double sequence. There is value here. It's just a bit late, I think. We're not going to be seeing anything happening.
And even Chi-Choi possibilities in theory, but again, you're right, it's late. Yeah. It's going to be hard to get there.
Exactly, yeah. Realistically, this is just going to go to exhaustive draw, which is such a shame seeing 3 Dora. But we did count the 7 months and 7 pins.
I believe last draw here. Oh, no, 2 more, sorry. Oh, no, 1 more, right.
So a little bit disappointing for some of the players who were able to win, but not quite managing to get that last tile, but it's still going to be some points.
I mean, for Inami, it's fine, because it's like, you had Dora 3, you managed to get yourself back to Tenpai anyways, so.
Honestly, yeah. One thing I do like to say that was drilled into me by people who taught me how to play Mahjong, fight for K10, especially when you're not playing without red 5s. It's even if it's just 1,000 points, it's still going to add up. And without red 5s, we've seen games won by that. It happens way more often than you might think. Unless you've been watching for a while. So Kurata's first repeat, the hand it's okay. Wish I could say more about it. 6-pin Ardora, we do have 1 in Minami's hand. It definitely can be accepted by Hinami. But the real Dora Hava right now is going to be Hasegawa. Probably have to go for something like all inside, though. Not a lot of fast routes to a...
That's another pair.
Yeah, true. Like, 2 of the pairs are potential sequences, so we don't have to go 7 pairs, but I don't hate it, especially if we draw another pair. Having it there in the back pocket.
Minami just drew the second Chun, so certainly could call for Yakuhai Dora 2, Dora 3. Oh, sorry, that's Hasegawa. My bad.
Yeah. Yeah, we do know where all 4 of the doors are, so it's not going to be... it's unlikely to be called. Although I could see a player playing it sort of mid-row 2. A triplet for this potential 7 pairs hand technically does advance the hand if we end up using the pairs for sequences instead of... Ooh. Well.
Unfortunately, it's the Dora that looks out of place, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you could discard 3-pin and then work with the other side and just work for the other side, but I don't know.
I can see that. Could instead go for the all-inside route, which I think is perfectly fine. Keep 7-8-9 if we get a ready hand, but if we end up being able to cut the 8-9 man and get all inside...
Well, that's a good 7-pin draw.
Speaking of, okay, his hand's pretty much settled to be probably just Pinfu, ideally Pinfu Dora 1. Or even if we manage to pair up that 6-pin, we know where they are, it's not going to happen, but as far as they know, there's still a chance that they pair up that 6-pin and get Dora 2. Ooh. So 1 away here for our dealer Kurata.
I mean, you could try to play 6-9-pin as like your eventual weight.
It's one of those tough situations, right? Because obviously when you've got a triplet and a tile, usually that tile's going to be a not as efficient tile to keep. But we have potential pairs elsewhere. Well, we might not have any potential pairs. We can do these turn some of our pairs into sequences. So there's a chance that 6-man becomes our pair. I think now
he
you have to cut
paired
the
the
5
eights,
mon, though.
so yeah. Even if you were to get the 4 mon in this situation, you're not exactly happy because then one of your weights could be potentially be the 6 mon in the end, and you already have 3 of those.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, huge fill in though for a bamboo. Potential 3 for 5 vegetable sequence, which is why we're keeping that 5 pin as long as we have. I think I'm okay with cutting the white dragon first.
Yeah.
It's good for
Don't
safety, but also
don't need to force it.
exactly.
Yep, there's a call for the tune.
Yep, still one away, but with Dora 2, you're never upset.
Nope.
That's a miss. Actually, how many have we seen? I'm going to do a little count of the 4 pins to see how many of those are still available. So there's still 4 on the wall. This Sanshoku could be. Oh, that's one of them. Taken by the wrong player. But definitely useful. Again, hoping people are going to be drawing in the 5 to include that Dora.
Or so, no help.
Speaking of, just pair it up. No.
Now it just feels like everybody is kind of just stuck. Well,
Yes.
what
Okay, this
was stuck.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. This 5 was the one tile we were waiting for. So 10 pi. Gonna take it. I believe just 4/7 pin to complete this hand. And there's no shoot.
No, I think you can take the 1.
Again. I think it's 1/4/7, yeah. I think you're right. Had to do a quick second look there.
Yeah, 3 doesn't look all that great.
Yeah, especially with the reaches out. Yeah, I'm wrong. 4/7 is the weights that give us pin through, but 1 also works.
Doesn't like the look of the 4 and decides to probably just give up on the hand now.
I can tell you one person who isn't afraid. That's our dealer. Makes sense to be a little bit more aggressive while you have that potential position of power. Although the weight
And then
of
remember
7,
that was it. Mahjong KO is what, in 3rd place right now, trying to catch up. So
yeah, it's very true. If you're tuning in and you're wondering what the white and yellow numbers are, the yellow numbers are what the scores would be if the game were to end right now. So, and by the way, the triangles are just mean a minus sign. So, Karata going from minus 42.6 to minus 4.2 would be very, very useful for her team. Especially when the player in first is currently in last. So that's going to be good for everyone on the table, really.
yeah, 5-star would have been safe if it was just Minami, but with Karata also Riichi, it's no good.
But yeah, once again, I do think this might just stall, and we might have to go to another repeat. It's going to make next hand very, very exciting. We have 2 repeat counters, 3 Riichi sticks. Going to be 3,600 points to whoever wins this hand. A very real chance that whoever wins this is going to have the pot be worth more than the value of their own hand.
Yeah, and I mean, you could understand the play from Hasakawa and Hinami at this point, them being in first and second. Don't want to kind of overreach too much here.
Yeah, exactly. This is the point where I would probably ask if I knew James in chat, like so obviously there are 15 sessions, each team plays 10 of them. Like how many sessions they actually had left to go? Because if we're getting near the final session for them, then the calculations and positional play matters even more, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if you've got a bit more time, then maybe you don't really mind if you take like a third or a fourth or something like that from the better positions.
Pair of Haku for Hasegawa, pair of Chun for Kurata, pair of Easts for Minami. And Hinami might have some type of Honitsu, Chinitsu type of hand.
Yeah, I was saying that maybe you could go for speed over value, but if you've got the value, no reason not to go for the value too.
Chun comes out, gets called, I assume. Yep.
Absolutely. So a 1 away for our dealer.
Ooh,
there's the East. Speaking of being 1 away, actually, I think it might be. You have to check that again. It's technically a useful pair up, but hand doesn't seem to want to be going pairs or triplets particularly. This is going to be Tempai.
And Riichi.
Get a reach.
1-4 pin. Good weight this early.
Yeah, absolutely. We only see one pin in the discards.
There's a 4, but fits in Hasegawa's hand.
But that still means that there are going to be 5 tiles left to win on. So we could see a very quick sumo. For a second, I thought it was another pin, another of the dealing tiles there. Not quite. Also of note, the 8 pin, which we do see Kurata waiting on, is being held twice by Minami. It's going to be a hard thing to pull in for Kurata.
Well, the 8 pin also just got drawn by Hasegawa, so...
Yeah. So it's going to be a tough fight for Kurata if she's going to be pushing into this. I could definitely, obviously with 4 Riichi 6 on the table, that's a 4,600 point pot. It's worth fighting for, but I could definitely see it being a bit challenging.
Oh, there's
the 4. Just reach, but as I was saying, 4 Riichi 6, I think 2 of them might have been yours.
Riichi Sumo Yakuhai, right? So
yeah, true. Yes, right. Why do I think we're in the South round? I'm having a day. My apologies. But yes.
Wait, did we miss an Urador somewhere?
There were no.
Oh no, that's right. It's all the Riichi 6, right?
Yes, there were 4 Riichi 6, 2 Honba.
I saw the 8600 and I'm like, huh? And you just talked about the Riichi 6.
But yeah, sometimes that's Mahjong, right? You end up getting an awkward stalemate, and then the person who wins the one hand and claims the whole pot gets put in such a good position. Minami now our dealer. It looks okay. A lot of mess to clear away for Hinami's hand. This is looking a little bit better, though. Good shapes around the Manzu there. Pair of the red dragons.
Yeah, Hinami getting some help, but still needs work to do. Pair of Easts.
Once he finds a decent shape to start working around, we don't really want to be relying on that, but there's a small chance of the 3-4-5 mixture sequence as well for our dealer. I'm dreaming, I know, but it's good to have dreams. It does look like Kurata's going to be trying to build a... It does
so
look like
Minami gets the Forso Kanchan fill.
That is another really useful draw for our dealer. You know, I'm not excited about the 7 pairs chance for Kurata yet, but one more pair, and maybe I'll change my mind about that. At 4 right now.
It's really tough to work with the hand because it's just you don't really have any Ranman that you could turn it into, so it is going to be either probably like a Chi Toy or Toy type of hand.
Yeah, the other concerning thing is when you've got that Dora to start off with, it's just the only man's in your hand, and it's the Dora, and you're just like, well, I can't play it. I mean, I could, but I don't want to. Ooh, that is going to be Tenpai for our dealer. Waiting
Just
on
the 2-pin only, but we'll take it.
We do have a Dora. How's 2-pin looking, though? Don't see any in discards right now. It is going to force a fold out of Hasegawa, at least.
I think there's 3 in the wall.
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, we have 1 in Kurata's hand, and the other 3 readily available. Oh, we have another pair. Oh, wait, no. Okay.
No, decided to bail, so as I say.
Honestly, fair. 7 pairs is one of those hands where if you're pushing it, you're taking a risk, especially when there's a reach on the table.
Yeah, I'd have to look at it more closely to see if really it was fightable or not.
It was 5 pairs, but I think we had Dora to wait on, which alone is pretty bad, and then 1 2-pin, which, yeah, honestly, I don't like lower pins at all on this table.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't see any low pins played by anyone. And I think we do what specific player in Reach. I guess their first discard was 9-pin, but I don't know. I don't feel comfortable about that.
No, you're right.
And
I didn't see the other tiles that were kind of just the floaters. So that's why I said I had to take a look at it again, was to see whether or not the other tiles that she had to play with were could be discarded. And yeah, no way.
absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you weren't the only one who wanted to take a second look at that one. And yeah, that's right, because the 2 would in fact deal in. It's the 1 tile that does. Could obviously keep it. The option is there. Oh, there's a second 2-pin. It's usable too. But we have to deal with the problem of this Dora sitting around doing a whole lot of nothing, unfortunately. Another pair for Kurata. But
Yeah.
no, just playing safe. Completely safe. There's nothing. There's still
usually if you change tack like that, it's usually never a good thing. Like if you decide to bail, you should probably choose to continue bailing, even if you bail into like a G-Toy. But the main idea should probably still be just to give up on the hand.
I do like that as a philosophy, absolutely. Mahjong's game about being flexible, but you have to sort of give it your all. You can't just sort of, if you're going to fold, then fold. If you're going to push, then push. 99% of the time. But yeah, I'm really curious to see what Hasegawa manages to do, because she's 1 away, but she has that Dora there. Oh, it doesn't matter because the 2 is drawn.
Oh, Riichi Sumo, Dora 2.
Congratulations to Minami. The lead will grow just a little bit more, and given that she's the player in with the team with last place, I don't think anyone's really complaining that much about her winning this.
Yeah, I mean, since it's a dealer Mangan, right? It affects everybody equally. So, Minami will help Hyokodo, kind of creep closer to Mahjong KO, but still a bit of a ways to go.
Yeah, brawl score does matter, obviously. So every 1,000 points you score is going to be 1 point in the overall leaderboards, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone's worried about necessarily the team in last place catching up too much when your goal is first place or don't qualify for the finals. What you really want to care about is your gap to first, right?
Right. And I was going to say with respect to Minami, like I was looking at her history there, and first of all, she became pro in 2024. In this Sankei Shimbun League, she's currently sitting 10th overall in terms of score, and she's already reached the 16th WRC. She reached the 16th WRC League Best 8, and the Cinderella Fight Season 4 was the runner-up. So, very short amount of time has already started running out of the blocks.
Yeah, it's actually a really good point you make there, then that she's in 10th place, because this is a sort of dual finals. There's an individual final as well. So getting a huge win here, even if her team's in last place, could be her ticket to that individual final at the end of the qualifier. So yeah, turning a 10th into maybe a 9th or an 8th would be huge. I actually haven't checked every player's individual score, so I love that you've done that. That's great. Thank you. Let's have a look at what's going on. We have this really sad 7 pairs hand with 2 Yakuhai pairs. Does not want to be 7 pairs. Speaking of, another 7 pairs hand, potentially for Karata with the door open.
Minami's hand actually looks probably the best out of all of them at this point.
I mean, you're right, but also Hinami does have that Dora too and is 1 away. Unfortunately, we have that 1-man 5-pin pair weight, but we've got a 5-pin pair weight with Dora 2. It's pretty exciting.
Hasegawa will push for the Honitsu.
Yeah, Honitsu with West and potentially also another Yakuhai, I think. Or was another White Dragon? Because if it is, no, it must be the green, right? Yeah, it must be the green.
Kurata is Ishan 10. Might end up taking a Shanpon weight if necessary, especially with the 5-pin being Dora.
Yeah, do you think it's really interesting that we have this pair flush, but also we've got the Yakuhai like single tiles? Obviously, they're once cut. They're not that likely to be paired up, but it's interesting that we're keeping them as long as we have because we really want to go for that flush. Yeah, both the South that's been twice cut and the White Dragon, we see 1 discarded. I do think we're going to see them get played, though, if the hand advances. And
yeah,
speaking
not much
of advancement,
Minami could do there with a 3-saw having drawn the 2 last hand. The other shapes were just too solid, and unfortunately gives another Anko.
I will say it's quite interesting that we saw the 9 of Bamboo get cut there. It's almost as if we're forcing Toy Toy on top of the Half Flush and the Yakuhai. Still, though, 1 away from a ready hand. We are going to see that White Dragon get played if the hand does get to ready, which could be disastrous if they were to deal into Kurata. Although I think if this Green Dragon comes out right now, it won't matter. It will just about escape. Not quite. But yeah, I think we're going to see a moment here where 2 players hit Tenpai at exactly the same time. Assuming Green Dragon comes out, which it may not. At this point, it is still a live dragon. And we are in row 3.
And you have 2 calls that could look towards a flush, and you don't necessarily want to discard a dragon into one of those.
Exactly, yes. Yeah, looking at those discards, like maybe you could try and trying to justify pushing it, but no, there's no good argument for it.
Yeah, I think they would if they probably would have considered it if somebody had cleared it, but if you're the one that's trying to clear it yourself,
Yep.
Not so much.
Exactly, yeah. I guess there's one situation where I maybe would consider it, and that would be if I did get to Tenpai with that Dora 2 hand. But that would be the hey, I'm Tenpai, everyone fear me push, rather than the hey, I might get to Tenpai at some point. I'm going to play a dragon for no reason push. Makes any sense? Okay, 1 away though for Minami now. Actually, Minami was always 1 away. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, choosing instead just to fold, not worth it while you're in the lead.
Plus, I'm not sure there's a good way to get around to getting Tenpai even with that draw. So
This may actually end up going to exhausted draw where everyone sort of locks each other down, or not. There's now a path for Hinami to get to Tenpai.
There's a con trying to see if can somehow get themselves to Tenpai. No.
Not quite. Valiant attempt, especially with a hand that does have a lot of value. 3 mana is our new Dora. There is one right here, but I don't think that hand's getting to Tenpai either, unfortunately, for Kurata. So this may be a situation where everyone is playing defensive against each other, and we just move on to East 4. Or not! There's still a chance. Hasegawa, Tenpai on 4-7 of Bamboo. We see 4 of them right here, though. I don't think it's going to happen.
No, I don't think so either. But Hasegawa will get the Tenpai payments out of this.
Technically a swing of 4,000 points closer. Gaining 1,000, and everyone else losing 1,000 each.
Does put herself in front of Hinami by just 100.
Yes, so the thing to celebrate, but obviously we're still in the East round, so definitely not going to be the most comfortable position all game, but it's a good step to build from.
We are also under a time limit, right?
Yes, 80 minutes, and then I think they finish the hand they're on and play one more. We have gotten to that time limit quite often, actually, so even when the players are playing at this speed. And yeah, with the 4 repeat counters in East 2, there's a good chance that it might actually hit that timer this time around.
Well, you have another 2 here.
Yes. That's actually a really good point.
This is not great.
I look at that and I secretly make a wish that I managed to somehow build 79 Sanchoku, and I know it's so far away, but that's the only value I can see in this hand.
Yeah, that is the only value. So it's like
exactly.
Even if you drew the 6 pin, you're not. I don't think you're really thrilled about that. I'm not even sure if you draw any inside tiles if you're going to be happy with it, because you're just going to be so slow.
Yeah.
Good Conchan fill for Kurata.
Definitely not slow. Being cursed with that Dora. Well, Minami doesn't necessarily have to be the one pushing. More than happy just to hold that Dora and make sure no one else gets it. Is that a 9? That is a 9. 2 away for Hasegawa. I do see Hasegawa playing the Dora, though, being the player in last place. Sorry, the player in second to last. But effectively last place, when the score gap is only 100 points.
Not much. Still not a whole lot of great help for Hinami.
In situations like that, I always ask myself, do I want to go 7 pairs? Like, if I'm never going to play this Dora, and there's no way I could try and build this hand that can at least accept the pair of 6. So it's such an awful situation to be in. But
the other thing is that you're dealer, right? So if nothing else, you'd want to continue your dealership, and you'd want to have as many ways, even if it means calling for K10, but you want to find as many ways to either get Tenpai or to try to actually win the hand.
Yes.
And so even if it means a kind of a Chi-Toi, calling the Toi-Toi, I mean, if that's your best shot, that's your best shot.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you are in the player in last place. And I mean, you've still got other dealership left over, but as you're saying, with the amount of repeats we've had, we may not get to that South 4, so...
Yeah, and how else are you really going to be using the Dora in this situation, right? So...
Exactly, yeah. Speaking of that 79 Sanchoku I was talking about, we are sort of slowly approaching it for Minami, but...
Well, I mean, if anything, just a Chanta-ish hand, but...
Yeah, that would also work, yeah. Okay, 1 away. Actually, it's not 1 away, it's 2 away. But still. It's a 1 away, it's 1 away from being 1 away. It's 1 away in spirit. But yeah, Hinami here. Yeah.
Just not great.
Just going to set it back, yeah. Okay, now the hand is one away. Potentially even a 4-5-6 mixture sequence. That the 5-7 of characters, we really want to draw the 4.
Now we can possibly look at Itsu chances here.
I like that, yeah.
It's still a bit of a ways, but at least it's something.
It's better to have a dream that doesn't work than not have a dream at all, I think. This will be a really nice one away though for Karata. Any pair will do, but obviously we can also go for that Pinfu if we do draw a sequence. Okay, very good draw here. Potential Sanchoku 5-6-7 for Hasegawa as well.
No con from Karata there.
Yeah, Karata's one away, and it's like a really good one away, but we lose a lot, right, by turning that potential triplet into... Sorry, by getting rid of the chance to turn that triplet into a pair.
Speaking of which...
I was more thinking if we draw 6-man, 7-man, 3-so, or 4-so, but yeah, absolutely. That's also an option as well. Ooh. That 5-6 Sanchoku I was talking about. Still so far away, but willing to cut Dora because we are leading points. Potential pure sequence as well for Hasegawa, drawing in that 8-man. Actually, how many 9s do we see? Yeah, there's one in discards, one in her own hand. It's not going to be that likely. And this is what I was saying.
Tenpai.
Reach Tanyao. But yeah, obviously the reason we didn't can is because we did draw, say, instead of the pairing up the 4, we drew like the 2 or the 5. We could easily have cut a 2-pin and had Pinfu. So I like the refusing to can there, just that extra acceptance. Didn't pay off in the end with that Pinfu, but we do get Tenpai. And now Hinami kind of has to fold, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, theoretically 9 to 9 pins just a Mawashi, but at least temporarily. So
that's true. That's true. You know what? Gonna commit.
Yeah, because 9 pins safe, and you're now Ishan 10 for that Itsu. So
yeah,
possible Itsu, anyways.
Possible,
but never mind.
We did in fact see a deal in from Hasegawa, which is good news for Hinami. Did we see the error?
So,
sorry, did I miss that?
Yeah, Riichi Tanyao, Uradora for 5,200 with a Honba 5,800.
Okay. So maybe a little bit of a saving grace for Team Mish.
Well, even better for Team KO to try to catch up to Team Mish.
Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah. The gaps, I think, get 10 bigger for every positional gain, but it's still going to be 10 points closer to frontrunner for Mish. Obviously, you do need to be concerned about the player behind you catching up even more as well, but... Ooh, interesting potential Sanchoku here for Minami. Obviously, it's a long way away, but you're looking at 2, 3, 4. Potential Itsu as well for, I believe it was Hinami. Interestingly enough, obviously, when I talk about Itsu, I also talk about Sanchoku. You can go for them at the same time sometimes. And I definitely see the 1, 2, 3, potentially 2, 3, 4 available. Probably looking for the 7 and 8 of characters, though, instead. Ooh,
Hasegawa's looking, accelerating towards what looks like a Pinfu hand.
Did say 7 and 8, but that's not the suit we were looking for. Still useful, though. Gonna keep it over the Yakuhai.
Ooh.
Awkward. But I guess it means you can call the Red Dragon and then have the 7 so as our pair.
Yeah, I mean, you could just try to accelerate the game by winning the hand and pushing everything forward since you're sitting in second. Unless you can see a path to catching Minami in first, like, you might as well just try to take the second at this point.
Definitely agree with that. Still want to wait technically for that Itsu for Hinami, but probably just going to accept 8 reach only on a good weight.
Oh, that's a good fill.
Okay, this is Tenpai. It's not the Tenpai we wanted, but it's Tenpai. Did you just send it back? So maybe play the 7, just in case you draw Dora? Yeah, I like that. If it pays off, actually, you see, I think at least 3 of the Dora are still available, so.
Yeah, 5 pin's just a little too awkward to use.
Yeah.
Hasegawa inching closer, and that's
I don't hate red. I don't like it, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, you could just discarding 8 so, but as well. But yeah, red fine is fine if you want to just go for.
You get the all inside. You get the, you get the chance. Still get to keep that chance of the Ipeco. It's not a great decision either way, but now we can. Yeah, just gonna keep that 789. We don't want to. We would like that all inside hand.
Yeah, that 9-7 makes it unfortunately a bit sad because at this point, any Riichi that includes it, it's probably just Riichi only.
Yeah, exactly. 1 pin is not useful for us, unfortunately. Speaking of, this is Tenpai as well for Minami. Choosing not to reach.
Hinami will reach.
Absolutely. The Itsu 7 was recently played, but that doesn't mean it's safe. Good thing to note for any beginners. Just because it was played 1 or 2 turns ago does not mean it's safe to a reach that happened after that point in time.
Oh, 9 pin's awkward.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit of a fold here. Makes sense. It was Tenpai for Pinfu only.
Oh, there's a 7!
Reach, Itsu, no error. But still, very, very nice win there for Hinami. Maybe Mish is getting back into this game. And it's from the player that everyone wanted to see take a hit too. So I suppose that if we assume that Minami's probably going to get first, or we assume that Hasegawa is probably going to get last, the real question is which between Kurata and Hinami are going to get the second place position. That's where the battle is right now.
Yeah, as it currently stands, this finishing position is the reverse of the standings. So
this is what I like to see. I like to see it all get tied up near the end. I want to see a climactic final. That's what I'm here for. Looking at Minami, probably going to be going for a flush or just trying to call that Yakuhai just to move the game along to South 3 as quickly as possible. But again, points do matter. So every single point. Yeah. Not only do we have the flush, not only do we have one Dora. Oh, Irie, hello. Welcome in. You're always welcome. You are at the middle hat part, probably, but probably actually near the end, given the time.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, of the first game
put out the 9 pin. Make it not look like any type of Honitsu at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, also, we're not going to give up on the Dora now, are we? No way. But yeah, unless it's a really good way to mask it, though. I guess people might see something up when we play the one so and reach. Like, why was it one so something else one so? That's odd. All from the hand? That's a bit odd. But otherwise, what an amazing chance here for Minami to make an even bigger lead.
I mean, certainly needs it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Giving their position. And again, like we were talking about, she's also trying to increase her score individually as well.
Yeah, you said she was 10th place. So
10th place.
one or two big wins might secure that individual final. It's a ways away, but it's always worth thinking about. Unfortunately, still one away. Not quite getting that final upgrade we need, which gives everyone else a bit of time.
Yeah, 2 pins pawned. Yep.
Yep, there it is. So 3-6 will do it. I think it's going to be pretty hard to mask it as being anything other than a flush at this point. I mean, you can sort of make the argument, but the only pin tile being the 9 and the call doesn't matter. Just draw it. So half flush.
That guy
Sal.
22. Yep. Door 1.
Door 1. Going to be a very tidy sum for Minami. And now it's Minami's dealership. So I was saying that the battle was for second place here, but also I guess the other question is how many points can Minami score? Looking at this start, less than I expected. Yeah, it's.
You probably would love a Yakuhaya or Yakuhaya set of dragons at this point.
Yep, that's doable. Very, very Tanyawable as well, I guess. If we are going to be just calling to keep our dealership going, but I don't think I'd really be taking those risks at this stage with that much of a lead. I guess at this point you can sort of just.
Oh, go ahead.
So I guess with this much of a lead, you just sort of play EV rather than worrying about position. But yeah, it's up to you. It's up to the player, I guess. Sometimes you'll see a player get very defensive when they're in the lead because I just don't want to lose my lead. But we'll see. Either way, Hinami's got a pretty good start. Pairing up the 2 of bamboo is not what you want to be seeing. Do you have that door 6?
That's helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-8 for Hinami. Ooh, a nice pair of the dragons there. For Hasegawa, I mean, I say it's a nice pair, but also
you need a lot more points.
Yeah, exactly. This is Tenpai. No, it's not. What am I talking about? Why did I blur the 2 tiles together? No. 1 away, though, for Hinami here.
I mean, I suppose if you're Hasegawa, like if you can't get to 3rd, you can at least play damage control, but because you're already in South 3, so it really isn't a whole lot of time anyways. But
I think that's honestly very, very fair, yeah. Even if it's just scoring 8 points, if you don't get a position, it's still going to be 8 points. The benefit for getting to second place, for getting to 3rd place is only 10. So scoring a Mangan's almost like getting a position going from 4th place to 3rd. So I just be looking at raw score. How do I increase my raw score at this point?
The question everyone asks. Slowly closer to Tenpai here.
Okay. Such an awkward shape. We've got it twice. That Penchan with the overlapping completed sequence. Oh, I hate that shape so much. It's such an awful thing.
Well, what's worse is that like you have options for 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku. So like, what do you do here?
I don't mind cutting 1 or 2 bamboo. I think that's probably where just because I want to, as you say, keep that option for the Sanshoku available.
Oh, that 8-pin feels really good for Minami.
Yeah. Okay, this is unfortunately not the time we'll be seeing.
This is even more awkward. Just gets more awkward.
Yeah, no. Oh, that is the perfect draw, though. Tenpai. Not a whole lot of value for Hinami, but Tenpai nonetheless. Not going to take it. Instead, trying to get Pinfu and maybe
trying to get the door.
Yeah, that's
nothing else. Working around Dora.
Yeah, I don't hate the reach, but I would love to see that Dora. I'm not going to lie. I agree. It would be very, very good to see.
And Hasegawa going for some points with Yakuhai Dora 2 on deck Tenpai here.
Kurata's finally managed to solve the Enchan hidden inside the sequence problem. We've now got a pair of 4s and a 1, 2, 3, which means we can get that Pinfu. Not a huge amount of value, but it's not even going to matter because we do see a deal in to Hasegawa. I think it's, as you were saying, damage control. Actually, it's Dora 2, which is still very, very nice to see, but I guess it also technically puts the gap to less than 10,000 points. 12,000 is the number that Hasegawa has really needed to get within, that being a Mangan Sumo, while Hinami's in the dealer seat. But 9,700 is not a bad thing. I think I did that the other way around. I think it's 9,300. No, I did it right the first time. No, I did it right. Bah, maths.
What is this hand?
Yes, good question.
What is this hand?
Do you just go for the Honitsu, or do you go for 9 gates here? Questions.
What the heck?
I wish I had hands like that. Probably just going to take the Honitsu though, if I had to imagine. Unless the next 3 draws are very, very exciting. If we see 9 man, I'm going to be calling.
Going to go straight for it.
Makes sense. Already Tenpai.
Shun 5 mon.
I guess there's potential an upgrade to the full flush instead of the half flush. Which I might take if I draw like 2 mana or something like that. Maybe I could be tempted to go back 1 step. I'm not going back 2 steps though.
I think there could have been an argument made for not being as hasty with the call, especially the 1 mon call, because you had possibilities for maybe an Itsu if you're lucky enough. You had was it Yakuhai Itsu, Honitsu. But at this point, you're either just looking at a straight Honitsu, or if you're lucky, Yakuhai Honitsu, which I mean is not just nothing to sneeze at, but
this is going to be Tenpai though already for Minami, who's just going to be reaching to try and shut this down, end this match. See, I was saying to myself like, hey, do I want to cut Chun Chun and go Chinitsu to try and get the Mangan at least? But now there's a regional table, you can't afford it.
Yeah, I think if you were calling the 1 mon, chances are you were just trying to complete quickly, especially that early in the game, in the hand.
I think that's very reasonable, yeah. Well, Hinami's all in, at least for now. 5-8 is going to deal into Minami, but we do have that Tenpai. It's a bad one, but it's Tenpai. Let's do some counting of 5-8 pin. Do you see 2 right there? I think we see 3 5s, 1 8. I think it's what I wait here for Minami to end this match. Speaking of, we do see
there's a Chun there, so 1 gone. I don't imagine you seeing that come out.
Yeah, not when a player's in reach, it's live, and also you have a player who might be flashing. Ooh. Okay, not quite ready yet, but Hasegawa could be building a hand too. That's the tricky thing, right? Hinami's in a situation where if you do deal in, you might end up losing your position here. Again, it's only 10,000 points. It's not the end of the world.
But no.
Yeah, we do see the 8 finally come out from Hasegawa, who is going to be pushing. Absolutely no reason not to. We did not flip an Uradora, but it is going to be Reach Dora 1. Not the hugest win, but definitely going to be really good news for Minami and Team Hyokudo. Congratulations, 66.2 points. Kurata with the nice second place, plus 4.5. Hinami with the third, minus 24.9. But good news for everyone on this table. The player in last place, Hasegawa, is the team in first place. So, as you said, the scores got kind of reversed a little bit.
Yeah, which certainly is a help, and especially Hasegawa getting hit on that last hand as well to try to to knock down a couple more points. And for Minami of Hyokodo, getting a ton of points back from being in fourth place, but also I think she's now sitting at over plus 200 now. So that certainly will bring her up the standings individually.
Yes. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing if we see her in the finals. It's going to be in 2026, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Because honestly, it's one of those situations where I think, honestly, maybe the teams are going to be starting to think tactically about which players they put forward. And if a player is pretty much confirmed to be in the finals, maybe they might decide, you know what, actually, I don't want to take a risk of losing points. I'm just going to let everyone else on my team play so I can keep my final spot. And I don't know if that's necessarily what they're thinking right now, but definitely.
I mean, it depends. Like, if a team's, like, let's just say that Hyokodo is just out of it, right? Then, yeah, maybe you just send other people out and just let Minami go compete for the individuals. But if you're competing for position, that makes the decision a little bit harder, especially if that's your player that's been giving you points.
She doesn't have chat open, but I have a comment. Why does Edwin look so menacing playing in Sparrow's Nest, but so cute here?
I have no idea. Usually, maybe it's just because it's like me, like being at a mahjong table is like pros you see playing Raz. Like, they're pros, but they don't look very happy when they're playing it.
Honestly, it's focus, I think. Right? That look of pure determination and focus. I'm zoned in. I'm locked in. I'm here to play, and that means that you're here to lose. I'm sorry. You have to be sitting on the other side of the table. I'm sorry. Brilliant. But yeah, we have 2 more games for you today, and I'll be swapping out. You'll be staying, though. I believe I'm going to be replaced by Nathaniel.
All right.
That is right. Thank you, Kyril, for brilliant commentary for Game 1. And we will be swapping around as we prepare for the second game. I'll be joining now with Edwin. By the way, Edwin, I love to see on the computer screen here, it says World Riichi Pro Mahjong, Pro for the World Riichi League, and then also Armel, which, if folks don't know, is the American Riichi Mahjong League. Now, I am also an Armel player, but the reason Edwin gets the Armel tag is because he is the founder of the American Riichi Mahjong League, which has been by far the most successful online league in America. And it's the longest running and has so many of the top players in the US competing, and it keeps growing. I just saw a couple new people join the league that are very strong and have had great results in in-person Mahjong. And it's going to be fantastic to be able to play against them in the near future. So that is why Edwin gets the Armel tag, and it's been a huge success. But we've got Sankei Shimbun Cup action to go. Second game, I think we are just about ready to take a peek at the players. All right, for our first dealer, Kayano Okawa in the E seat for Team Frontrunner, South seat, Naoki Kashino for Team Mahjong KO, the West seat, Gotori Kajita, and in the North seat, Isaki Hanamiya. And it should be an interesting battle. I recognize some of these images from last season's Sankei Shimbun Cup, so that means we'll have seen these players before. It's going to be fun to get a repeat performance. We saw Team Frontrunner dropping back a little bit, perhaps after that first game, but still in okay position overall. Can they bounce back in game number 2? I know Carl mentioned that you've got a lot of interesting information about these folks. Hoping to hear.
Don't know if I have any completely interesting, but I just have information on them.
Ooh.
Like a lot of the players here are relatively new as professionals. Okawa and Kashino are both from the 40th class, so that's 2024. I'm not as familiar with the years comparing to the ranking in Saikoisen, but Kachita was the 44 from the 44th class. Although it must have been a while ago because she's been in the Cinderella fight for all 4 years of its existence. And then Hanamiya was in the 37th class, and that's 2021. So, and let's see here, what is it? And both Okawa and Kashino have both participated in the Orai-sen, with both of them being in the 8th, in the best 16, and then Okawa repeating that in the 10th version of the tournament.
Okay, so maybe a couple of relatively newer pros, but definitely experienced in the tournament scene. And, well, they'll be duking it out here in game number 2. Just a moment, I can pull that up. There we go. I don't know if we got a peek at Mio playing in the background. You know, I always like looking to see if I can find her as they pan around the table. Didn't quite get a glimpse there, but we are underway. Looks like we will have 6-mon Dora. Okawa, our first dealer, opens up a fantastic looking high-pie. Looks like nice connected shapes, 2 completed sets already. Yamen abound. Kashino now also similar strong hand, especially in the Monzu. Kashita a little bit harder to work with these pencha shapes. 8-9-mon 1-2 pin. Hanamiya also struggling a bit on the shape. So definitely front runners are Okawa for Team Front Runner and Kashino for Mahjong KO in terms of the hand shapes at least.
I like Hanamiya. Looks like she's gonna go push for like some type of Chanta type hand with it as disparate as it was. I see no problem going for something like that.
Yeah, this is one of those hype you open up, you're like, this just does not have much hope. So I will play for Ayaku that maybe I can open for and at least steal a hand to play that way. Or perhaps, you know, it's easy to fold later should things not go my way. But you notice she did hold the central 5-mon just in case she drew the door, and did in fact.
Which she did. Yeah.
And so now you have to reconsider, you know, with the door in hand, maybe you try to play a little bit more standard and hope for perfect draws.
Yeah, the 8-9 is not exactly the best shape there to have, but if you're going to be using the 5-6, you don't really have much of a choice.
Kajitado 3-pin pool. Maybe you can think about a future 2-4 Sanchoku. You kind of want to hold the upper mon shape, even though it's weak, because it could connect to the Dora. So she tries to find a path in between all of these possible considerations.
I mean, Itsu?
Yeah, perfect Ishanten found. Definitely Itsu possible. It's a little unnatural sometimes to cut away from the pair, but it's certainly the most efficient decision here. And now there's that perfect draw, the 6-mon, so easy 9-mon cut, and we've got a couple different ideas to aim for. We might even end up cutting one of the pairs.
Yeah, I like the 7-8 discard there. Just run right after the other, especially if that 6-9 is going to be your eventual weight.
Yeah, of course that sends signals. Do you read when players cut a Class A Yamen shape like that? What do you read out of their hand?
It depends. I mean, if I do it, usually it's because I don't imagine, for whatever reason, getting those tiles to complete the weight. It is possible you will see that it's in the case that you see here where they just have pairs and they just want to cut it down to one single Ryanman as opposed to 2.
Yeah, and sometimes it can be an indicator that they are just close to Tempai and they have a better shape than that. Although, you know, it's hard to have a better shape than this Class A Yamen, so perhaps you think maybe they have a Dora shape. That could be one consideration as well. Yeah, there's several possibilities when you see that cut, but you know, it helps narrow down your focus when you think about what they could have in their hand, especially when they declare Riichi. It's very important what tile they are using to declare that Riichi. Was it something in another suit that maybe supported a Dora shape? Was it just a random wind tile that was a safe tile? That might indicate actually that it was the double pair situation.
By the way, while we've been away, Hanamiya not only got the Anko of East, but she's Ishan 10.
Wow. From that Hypai has done huge work here. Look at these draws. 8-mon. Does have some utility with a 7-mon draw, but the overlap with the 5-6 already is a bit weak. I almost prefer holding out for the 2-pin.
There's the call for Tenpai for Kachita waiting on West 9-pin.
Kachita, of course, in the West seat.
Actually, no, it's just the West only then.
Yep.
Yeah. It's not even the 9-pin, yeah.
Yeah, technically could be considered part of the way you have something like Hote, but 9-pin has come out twice, so that's not even a concern to draw that talent and end up being 50-10. Interesting. Perhaps cutting the 7-8 so again here, because so much of the 6-9 weight has become visible, the 9-so thrice cut, the 6-so has come out twice as well. Also, there's this open hand threat.
There's your Tenpai. And there's the West.
Held, though, understanding that it is not visible on this board, and a West player has opened up, could definitely be looking for it. No Chanta here, so no need to shift down to incorporate this 1-pin. A little bit worrying, perhaps that was missing from the board, so considering whether the 4-pin was actually a safer tile at that point, but did end up releasing the 1-pin.
Shin's not visible either.
Yeah, and you can see pause being given here. You're dropping something else, not willing to cut that out. But that 4 does actually deal in. It's not Itsu, it's actually just the East. Yeah, I was looking at that 79 sheet trying to think, what kind of Yaku might the other players be considering for that hand? But turns out just a pocket triplet of your Yakuhai, of the Roundwood rather. And that's all it takes. So a cheap win here for Hanamiya, but from the way that opening set of tiles looked for her, definitely a huge result.
And again, with Hiyoko having so much space to travel here, like, again, just grab points whenever you can.
Absolutely. Points that you're taking from other players are points that they are not taking from you. So Kashima will be our dealer now as we wrap around the table. His hand is pretty medium. Yeah, gonna just cut the north pair, looking for more of a Pinfu style hand, look for more sequences, and just floating all of the tiles in the hand that are yet to be connected. Trying to find better shapes.
Hanamiya with a slight Itsu opportunity.
We saw Itsu possibilities. In fact, Itsu won a couple times in that last game. Certainly at least once. I saw that 5-2. I was like looking for that extra value. It's always interesting when you have a Dragon Dora, the red dragon, this time around. I actually don't recall seeing any in these hands, so could be a pretty spicy draw later on.
I thought I saw one, but maybe I was just seeing things.
Well, speaking of, Kashta pulls one in.
Maybe that was it.
Edwin always sees it. Okay, you know, for folks that aren't aware, Edwin has done Armor broadcasting in the past, and I've gotten to do a little bit with him. And it's just the craziest stuff. We have the perfect Tenpai draw here for Kashino. 3-pin into Diamond Weight. I was not surprised to see in the second hand of this first game a potential Suanko. Every time Edwin casts, a Suanko happens, or at least gets close to one.
Yeah, Hanamiya hesitated with that Chun, realizing it's the door, and being like, better not.
3-6-0 though. Couple here in the hand. Hanamiya. 3 here in the hand of Okawa, so not the most ideal number of tiles left in the wall. 3.
Ick.
Oh, this is awkward. Yeah, just gonna 6-pin Genbutsu and just see what happens. One of the possible outs for the hand was Chitoi, so by cutting the 6-pin, you're giving up one of your pairs, and you're really just kind of giving up on the hand unless something dramatic happens. Of course, this is a dealer Riichi, so the value is going to be enhanced should someone deal in, or should the winning tile be pulled in. 1.5 times the normal non-dealer amount. Ooh, or maybe more.
Oh boy.
Concealed Con flips the 9-pin. That's an extra Dora. In addition to 32 Fu, so we get to do some Fu math. So of course will be 60 Fu. But the Roan will be 70. Oh, I'm sorry, that was not a that was a 7-mon. So not quite the 32 Fu. It's just 40 and 50 then.
Yeah, I think everybody's pretty much vacated, cleared the room.
Yeah, this is a spot where unlikely, especially after that con, that anyone wants to challenge here. Not the easiest fold though, it looks like, for Okala.
Problem is, it just gives Kashino the ability to just forever try to draw her weight and
Yeah, I mean,
bank a whole lot of points.
it's tough. It's just worse if you're the one that deals it in, so.
Oh yeah, of course. It's just that like you maybe as the other players, you're hoping somebody can try to shut her down.
Kachina's not that far, but she has to drop the door as the biggest issue. Hatsu goes through 3-pin Noko. Already found a 3-pin to fill the Kanchan into Tempai. Didn't need any more of those. Okay, second Dora. And Hanamiya still has the 2-mon safe. Considering it, now still has the consideration to make. The West will go through, but will 3-6-0 and will the Chun? It turns out that the Dora is actually safer. And it comes out.
Oh,
That's a clear path forward if Kashita could find a Tempai.
yeah, Hanamiya had the 2-door, but this late in the hand, just not gonna push it.
Interestingly, 5 pairs here. There is one more draw remaining, so she could go for it. Go for the Chitoi.
I think it's just discerning what to discard. With 3 6-pins out, that's probably the reason why she ended up going with the 8 and probably the 7 if she needs to.
This is Tempai, but you have to drop 3-6-0. She doesn't like it, but is the
No,
Tempai
it does
worth
not look good at this point.
Yeah, this is really tough to evaluate. Are these K10 points at the end? Should it go to a draw, which presumably will with only a couple draws remaining? Is it worth jamming a tile? She says no, and she is correct. She will shift the last draw. It'll shift it to Kashino, the dealer. Oh, sorry, no, it shifts it one step further. I misread the number of tiles in the wall because of the con. And that was a heads-up con, rather chi, to move that away from the dealer.
Yeah, so minor win there for Kashino. The points right now are still relatively close. Not a whole lot's happened as we're in East 2-1 now.
Yeah, the scores don't look too far away from starting. As Kashino pulls in some points at Ryukyoku. 6 Dora. relatively medium here for Kajita. And then we got maybe Itsu. We keep seeing that show up. Pair of Dora as well. Okawa with a triplet of the 8-mon and some Tanyao tiles, so perhaps could open up in the future and shut down the dealership, collect a Riichi stick as well.
Yeah, there's certainly things to work on here, but everybody's hands seem slow in certain aspects.
Certainly not the blazing speed that we got in the last one without absolutely perfect draws. So it's the awkward connector here to the two, so it's still a shape though, and so we'll cut the tune.
Another 9-pin.
Okay, so that means we were less likely to get the Itsu here because we want to use all these 9 pins and the 6-mon pair. So maybe too many shapes for this hand. Depending on what happens, of course, in the rest of the suits. Oh, like the East draw. Should confirm it now. 1 pin out.
Good 3-pin punch on fill there.
Okay, well, this helps support the weak block. I almost want to keep the 2-pin for not very good reasons, just because the 2 Sachoku Doko was slightly there. And you know, Rare Yaka, it's just fun to see on stream. Okay, one's cut, so maybe considering trimming down the shapes. I'm not sure that we have strong enough shapes to be able to make that move. Yeah, it just lets it go back. I need to hold on to a safe tile when we're still searching for better tiles. Or even trying to resolve which groups will be our final blocks. Speaking of, nice 4 pin connects the 5 pin. As a Liamen.
Speaking of good fills, there's another one with the 8-pin.
That was really important. Like I was considering 9-pin as a possible cut if you want to hold a save tile, but you lose that beautiful 8-pin draw to leave to complete shape and leave a diamond as well. It's a nice efficient play there, being rewarded.
Hanami is really looking for that East because she's sitting on Dora too.
Oh, came out. Perfect timing. Oh, and the Tanyao shift, excellent. Things starting to speed up now. That's a door
Oh,
draw.
and a 6-mon fill there.
Wow, this is a major Ishantan, super wide. 258 plus 39 mon will work as well as the other Yamen shape. Oh!
Oh my gosh.
Had her choice of weight, could have gone for 3-6-9 pin, but chooses 2-5 pin instead. And of course, that's the sort of decision that you make ahead of time. Very quick to discard. 8 mon now, near the door, but goes through. 7 even closer, but she knows that the upper mon tiles will be pretty safe because she sees through the door. Six pin could slide. We'll go with the 1 so first. Oh, the 3 pin, that would have been a small. This has been now big Tempai 258 mon. Gosh, no, Riichi
Could be big here for Kashino here. She can convert.
Oh yeah, we're just gonna see jams from Hanamiya with Mongon. That's worth fighting for. And now this Tempai is gonna be broken.
Yeah, Okawa is probably not. Oh, there's the Ipatsu.
Wow. Ipatsu tsumo pinhu.
Dora 1.
Hanuman. That's 18,000 points plus Honba. And Kashino for Mahjong KO jumps into a huge lead.
You cannot be happy at this point if you're any of the teams. If you're the frontrunner team, Mahjong KO is getting that much closer to you when you thought you had a somewhat comfortable lead. As for third and fourth place, now second place, fighting for that second place spot, it's just become that much harder. Oh, sorry. They were in third. Now they're in second. Sorry, they were trying to catch up at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
So like now that, as you can see in the numbers there, they've actually passed Mish for second.
Yeah, that's a great point. The numbers that we see in white were the numbers at the start of the day, or at least the start of this game, rather. Mahjong KO had negative 38.1, but if the game were to end right now, in yellow we see they would finish at plus 16.2, and that is not that far away from Team Frontrunner. Of course, there's still the entirety of this game yet to go. We're just in East 2. Kashino still has her dealership. We could be here for a while.
Wonder if this could be a long sustained run in this set for Mahjong KO.
And that would be such big news for them. We are getting to the end of the season. They're over halfway through, so the pressure really starts to mount. Kashino, though, a really strong hand once again. Ishantem. Oh, beautiful fill, though, for Kashita. Also, Ishantem. Another Kanchan fill. Okay, back to back to back. Great draws. How about Tumon and Anko draw? All right, the wall giving gifts here. Another tile into Tempai now.
Nope.
Well, if we get another improvement, that'd be Tempai, but no. Kashita draws 7. Oh, it's right next to the Riichi declaration tile, too. Jam. Not much safety against that pawn, so just take your Ishanten and fight. It's rough, but it might be give you the best chance of staying alive here. Notably, that 7-pin could have been called for Tempai, but you'd either have to drop the Dora, which is not really what you want to be doing, and the other option is to cut the Montal and wait Dora Tonki, which also a little bit suspect. I do appreciate the little shift of the wall. Maybe buys you a little bit of time to decide if you want to call or not. I wonder, though, if you shift the wall, does that mean you have to draw?
I don't know, actually.
Because it is normal to adjust the wall, and you want to do that on your own turn. That's an interesting question for later. Kashino still with his Riichi. 6-9 pin, and here's a Tempai. Genbutsu waiting for the 7-pin that came out earlier. Can she snipe it with Dora 2?
9 pins there.
Oh, a 9-pin out. No Dora, no Ura. Still, dealer is not going to stop winning here. Riichi, Pinshu, plus the Honba. Could be a tidy sum, plus 35. And the Riichi stick. So Kashino up to 47,800. The rest of the players still duking it out now for second. Kind of feels like if you're Kashino here and you've won that dealer Hanuman, you're just excited to draw your tiles. You've won 2 hands in a row now. You're the dealer. You've got the big lead.
She has Dora Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Kashita. East pair could open up for a quick hand. Same for Hanamiya with the Haku pair.
Could we see 60,000 points here in a second?
Could be possible. Yet to see another copy of the Red Dragon, so we'll have to wait. See how that gets incorporated in other hands. No 1-2-3 Sanchoku, just giving up on that immediately. Perhaps that's a signal that Kashita doesn't want to play a slow hand for value and just wants to rush down the fastest possible hand to end this dealership. Uh-oh.
I think everybody's probably under that mindset at this point.
I think, once a dealer, especially if the dealer is farther behind in the standings, runs long enough, there's sort of an unspoken agreement between the rest of the players. Let's move this game forward. We all want to have a dealership too.
The only problem is whether or not you can. And yes, I know that Kachita has Ishanten for Chitoi.
Yeah, it's Chitoi though. We'll see how long it takes to actually get there.
The problem is Chitoi no Dora, and that could get a little concerning.
You could Dama and try to wait for the door to show up.
I would say you would just Dama, especially if you're going to try to especially if the goal is to end the dealership.
Yeah, see exactly. I feel kind of the same way there. And then if you do draw the door, you'll be safe. Haku, non-visible. Oh, two in this hand, so it'll be a while before we see that tile connected. In the meantime, Okawa got the great 3-mon draw into Ishantam.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. So, would you chi the 3-so and go Atosuke for the Dora?
I don't think there's necessarily any need to. I think also if you're the other players and you don't see a tune and you draw one yourself after a call, like with dealer running the way they have, would you really want to try to risk that?
Yeah, I mean, depending on who you're playing against, some players will take the approach, if it's positive EV for me to push the Dora, and then they just push the Dora because of the stats. But the pro meta is a little bit different, I feel. So improves the acceptance there in the lower Sozu. Can draw 3-so or 2-so now for Tenpai. Here's that 2-so. So a chance to call, but it is made. Now, we do see a Tenpai for Chitoi. And a Riichi declared. That's actually really big. Now Kajita cannot keep the Dora.
That's a 0-cut Haku. It's not usually great if you're waiting on an honor tile that just hasn't been discarded.
Yeah, I know you've talked about this in the past, the fear that someone's just holding a pair and has been waiting. Oh no, the Ipatsu 8-pin!
Yeah, if I had to choose there and I was going to declare Riichi, it would have been on the 8-pin because I don't like a 0-cut honor because everybody's just going to look at it and be like, wait, why is it not there?
Yeah, if players are playing EV Mahjong, they'll just say, well, if it's positive EV to push, we'll drop the non-cut tile. But again, the pro meta a little bit different.
We haven't seen any of the other tunes yet, have we?
No, they have been buried. Kawa had such a nice looking hand, but
yeah, Okawa's just been struggling this game.
Oh, but the Haku, it's gotta come out, right? She doesn't like it, but you're Tenpai for 12,000 points.
Well, but again, the thing is that it's Riichi Chitoi, unless she hits her, which she does, so it's 8,000. I mean, risk reward there is worth it. Plus, I mean, 8,000 point swing into second place. Sure, that's 16,000 or almost 17,000 points there, or actually 18,000 now.
Yeah,
but you're still 12,000 ahead.
Certainly had the points to play with and took the chance. And you know, she got to see in that hand there were no Dora, the original Dora. The tune was not there, so the very next tile on the wall could have been the Red Dragon, and then Kajita would be dealing in for 12,000 points. It was definitely a risk for both players, but they both determined that the expected value was in their favor. And maybe even more than that, necessary to win that hand. So,
I mean, it probably came probably the only way she was going to get that Haku if it came from the person that she eventually got it from, because I think the other ones would never have discarded it. So if you read that Kashino is basically Sumogiri trying to win, then you've got 2 draws instead of 1. So I mean, I can see why maybe then you could try the 0-cut Haku in that case.
At the same time, if you read that Kashino is going to Tsumogiri every tile to try to win, with this lead, usually that only happens when she has big value. So then you can assume that she has at least 2 or 2, but maybe the hidden triplet. And then that makes a lot more worrying to challenge. But it worked out. Dealership passes East 3. It will be Kajita. And her hand here is, well, it's got the East pair. It's a double East for her. Should she be able to call a triplet?
Hanamiya has some vague look at a 789 Sanshoku.
Yeah, when that's the best that we're hoping for in the hand, definitely a worrying sign. Yamen drawn. Kashino is the north seat as well, so she can pull north for value. Has let the first one go through, though. Oh, and the second one as well, so that will not be happening. I would say that for Kajita, pairs are not exactly what you're looking for, but she just won 8,000 points with pairs, so maybe that is exactly what she's looking for.
Well, there's a backfire, a minor one there.
Certainly playing as if the plan is to open the hand, in which case it's good to support the blocks that you have.
Somewhat awkward for Kashino here.
The extra pair in that hand, a bit problematic. I think what she wants to do is draw around the pin tile for 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku and cut the north pair. Ooh,
Okawa finally making progress in her hand. I think it's been frustrating for frontrunner so far these first two games.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting as the players swap in and out from the team. If one player has a game where just nothing goes their way, a little bit of frustration there, and the second, your teammate has a game where nothing goes your way, the frustration builds. That could spill over into the third game, even if it's a different player. Just watching your team play well, but not get tiles you're looking for. The East will come out now, but finally, opportunity for Kajita to poem.
Seven, 8, 9 Ipeiko question mark?
Definitely eyeing up to 3, 4, 5 for Hanamiya as well. One pin back, could have used it, actually, going with Pepe, but 2 pin twice cut, so a little bit less utility for that shape. Okay, gonna play the Furiten Yamen. She never has to end up on the Furiten shape. She completes the sequence elsewhere, then she can always cut the 7-pin back and go for a Shampoe, which isn't so bad because she has the Suji Trap on the 6-pin, a Naka Suji Trap. Oh, gonna go back a Shantan with a north-north and play for Tanyao. Also just staying safe against this dealer with called Double East.
Man, Hanami is not having a fun time either.
Yeah, I feel like when you see the players slow down, they're either having a really like too good of a time because the draws are just insane, or it's a real struggle.
She gets the 9 so back though. That's not the tile you were looking for.
5-pin back. As we get later to the round, you start to be more concerned that the dealer is just Tempai.
Yeah, I don't mind the door drop there.
Three so's another pair, so could go 3-pin, 6-pin.
Well, you could go 7, 8 mon, and then you can confirm Tanya, right? So
yeah, I was thinking also 6-pin, 6-pin is better than 3-pin, 6-pin because of the Sanshoku.
Also, yeah, the Sanshoku as well. No.
Okay, 6-pin pull into Tempai, 3-6 mon. Ooh, big draw. That's a Tempai, but you have to jam the Dora. It did come out fairly recently, though.
Yep.
Riichi Mahjong. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's why I thought the 7-8 mon might have been better in this case, because I mean, yeah, you get Pinfu, but you're also nearing the end of the hand, and you want to call for either K10 or a winnable hand, and that may not happen if you had gotten, say, the 9 mon.
A 6-so dealer jam, but it will deal in Riichi Pihu Ipeko. No Dora, no Ura. And was that Ipatsu as well?
Yeah, there was no call, wasn't there?
Yeah, I believe that was on the first go around. So Mangan for Hanamiya. That means Kashita will drop down to third place as Hanamiya will get her dealership. One completed sequence, one completed triplet, floating Dora 8 mon, and a 1-pin pair. Not a bad start. Kashita knows lots of centralized tiles. Promising. It's not so bad, but the value just isn't there yet. Really needs to draw into the Monza Itsu for real value. That'd be Itsu to Han plus the Dora. Yeah, normally you see the 9 mon come out when you've got a 6-9 floating in your hand, but because of the Itsu possibility, I feel like we're going to hold on to that for a little longer than we normally would. And even the 7 mon draw could go as far as...
You could just create 8-9 so, right?
Yeah. Really hedging that shit.
Cutting that penchant.
Interesting. Has started his hand just dropping all of the on tiles. Will continue to do so. It has been drawing centralized tiles, so and sort of making progress. It just started pretty far away from the get-go. Uh-oh.
Oh, this could look dangerous here if we can get that Itsu.
Yeah, that 1-so triplet is actually going to make things hard to get the Itsu, because a lot of times you just get Tempai first. I'm very curious to see what ends up happening there. Riichi only, but with Dora acceptance, is still fine to take. Seven mod back seems natural, but yeah. I guess by holding it, you could get to use 2 Dora. I just don't think that it's necessary to greed in that fashion when you're Ishantan. Four pairs. Hanamiya has been kind of stuck since the first pulling of the tiles. As we enter row 2, you're hoping that your hand would have made a little bit more progress than it has. Ooh, the 9-mon out.
We'll not go for the Itsu now.
I think part of that's going to be just the sense of timing. We have, of course, reached discard 7 in the second row. This is around the point in time where players should be getting to Tempai. And so at that point, Kashita will value the safe tile over a potential future shift into the Itsu. It will take a couple tiles to get there. In addition, you have to almost always break a Tempai in order to do that. So
I guess also the fact that Kachita has drawn nothing useful. At some point, you just might figure that it's not happening.
Interesting choice here. We have the 6-7-8 Sancho chance, and looks like she wanted to just lock that in with the 6-pin cut. And we'll just do that. Also, 2-pin cut was viable, as well as the 4-pin in some worlds, but she's in the south seat. Okawa.
The only problem is you do not see any low Pinzu out on the discards there. you have to figure people are holding them in some manner or fashion, just how many.
And Dora was efficient there, but she's not going to cut that out. Instead, it will be one pin for a Tanyao shift later.
Be called, right? Yep.
Okay, Tempai for South, Dora 1 with Sanchoku potential. Should the 6-0 come out. That's a very useful draw. Good one pin again.
Well, the issue is you have Dora, so like how you incorporate that by being the Tonki? Question mark. Like it's gonna be rough.
I imagine she's hoping to just draw 7 Mon specifically, or another Dora, of course, but Chitoi Shantan for Kashino.
Finally drew a Monzu, not the one you want.
Look, if you end up on Dora Tonki, it's not the worst. Oh, well, this is problematic. It is a good Tempai with Furiten, and you have to drop a Dora for it against a hand that just opened. She might not take it, yeah.
No, I don't think there's a world where you take that.
The Dora is Suji to the 5 Mon, but that almost makes it worse. They were so confident in their Mon tiles that they didn't need a 5 Mon at the early portion. And there's the 8 Mon, so Dora drawn. Oh, but the Tsumo on the Takame as well, the expensive side. South, Sanshoku, Dora 1. Important win there for Okawa, as the dealer was pressing.
Yeah, I needed to stem the bleeding here. Still in third place, but very, very close to being in second.
And with the dealership, you could consider yourself one big win away from challenging for first. Lots of pin tiles. 1, 2, 4, 5, so overlaps a bit. Also, a little bit awkward in that pin shape 4, 6, and the 7th pin pair. And then a 7, 8, 9 is a little bit challenging to work together. Door acceptance for Kachita with a 3, 3, 3, 4, so shape. 1, so is like the worst possible door connector here, but it does connect, so can't say no. Step forward, Shota.
Except that, like, was it Okawa's looking for the 3-so, which are all here?
You're right. And, a lot of times you'll end up with that penshot and float a central tile, draw around the central tile, and cut the penshot. But in this instance, that penchant holds the Dora, so you're less inclined to discard away from that. She might be locked on this 3-so wait for a while. We see the last copy of the 3-so in the hand of Kashino, so really tough for Okawa to win this hand unless she pairs up the Dora. I will say, though, as the dealer, you can break the Dora penchant just for extra win rate, because you do want to repeat as dealer, and the shape is awkward.
Yeah, because even if you declare Riichi, if people decide to fight you and you have a poor weight, it's like, can you get to Ryukoku? And yeah.
A lot of times that ends in disaster. Okay, 6 pin here.
Well, there's the Dora pair, but wrong person.
Kanagiri here from Okawa. We've seen that a couple times now. I recall seeing that in the last round as well with the 8 pin from a Tempai state. Shun comes out Poln from Hanamiya.
Well,
It's not really that useful. Yeah, she just throws it back. You can hedge Peko in some ways, but you need to find a pair, an alternate pair. So that just ends up throwing it back. The 8 pin, of course, was another way to lock a pair and a triplet and play the 2, 4, 6 shape.
there's a Hatsu pair.
Okay, just slide up now. Still waits on the 3, so, but good catch This leaves opportunities maybe to shift into a Tanyao later.
That is useful.
Loosely useful. Tough sliding for Kashino will be probably out of this hand. So a couple tiles away for Kajita. Yeah, Hatsu likes the other shapes. Of course, she already has her Yaku with the Chun Palm. I'm not sure the... Okay, 7 cut. Playing the 2-4 So Kanchan. Now the 5 So draw could give you an excuse to cut the Dora. Because not only do you get a good shape, but you also can recoup the lost Han with Ipeko as well.
Ishaten. Is it Ishaten now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yamen Ishantem. Of course,
Although I believe one of them's Furry 10, right?
Oh, yeah, I didn't actually check that. This looks like 147.
Yeah, she started 9 earlier.
Hopefully that won't be relevant here. It shouldn't be. Oh, 6 So. Is the 2-4-6 more important to hold because the Tanya possibility? Yes. Still no 147 mon. It's a little tricky when you're limited to one overlapping Suji. I mean, most of your draws are not going to be useful. The 9-pin again still goes back out. Gosh, so as expected, just out. Doesn't want to have anything to do with this hand. Gosh,
okay, I misread Kajita's hand. I thought she was Furry 10. She's not.
We'll see the 6-pin Chi though into Tempai 3-6 mon. Or Hanamiya. Oh, the 5 So. And that's a sign to get out. Okawa. There's the Tempai. 4 So cut would be Pifu. Each. 5 So was immediately Genbutsu to the open hand before, so was Nakatsuji, so not such a bad push. And now. Okawa just out. Shanta for Kashino. Oh, but the Tsumo, Ipatsumo on the Takame again. The Tanyao. It's gonna be the Mangan for Kashita. Kashita pulled a couple big hands in, jumps back into second place, and we have ourselves a pretty tight match now. That's Kashino also losing 2,000 points, so being brought back to the rest of the pack. She gets her dealership, and last time she had a dealership, it went pretty well. Starting off with the dealer Hanuman. Then winning another 2-Han dealer hand. How does this Haipai look?
Sitting with one Dora already. Oh my gosh.
Those So draws, they're so good.
I mean, the rest of the hand's so-so, but like, you don't really care.
Absolutely fantastic for Kashino. Kashita finds a nice 7-pin on the first draw, though. Definitely contesting in terms of speed, although the lower mod and So shapes are a bit awkward.
So Hanamiya's hand didn't look that bad either.
South is a Yakuhai. We'll let it go. Curious to see which tiles Kajita chooses to float outside of the shape that she already has. Yeah, you're right about Hanamiya. That looks fantastic, too. There's a connector for dealer. And a connector for Kajita. That is Ishantan now. Headless. Oh, there's your Tempai. Is this good enough? Does Kashita want
do you really like this?
No, I love this.
Yeah, I agree too.
Edwin, well known for being willing to break a Tempai or go back in Shanten to look for something better. And I also approve of that type of decision in a lot of scenarios. Of course, it's very normal to just slam Riichi in a lot of spots. But look at this. Now we have Riichi Piru. And the Ippatsu 1 mon can be held in this hand. What is going to be the option here, though? Just jam the Forso into your own headless Ishanten because there's little else to go on. We see it over and over again. When you have nothing else and you're close to Tepai, a lot of times just playing for the win can get you out of trouble. It can also get you into trouble. I've dealt in a lot doing that, but I've seen others deal in a lot doing that, but you could also deal in trying to fold without a safe tile, so.
Kashino can't feel good about the situation given the fact she's already been bleeding points.
Certainly, and this is your closest competition now fighting. This is Tempai, but you could go with the Tonki,
really?
Cutting the 3 or the 4. You could, okay, plays the 4 Dama, looking for improvement.
That's another pair. I'm not sure you're happy about that.
Senso Gambutsu.
Kashino kind of mouthwashing her way
slowly no
back
way!
to Tenpai, but doesn't matter.
The 3-pit sumo selected the correct Tonki Hanamiya with Sumo Dora. That comes as a surprise.
Korak writing in the channel should have just hit the button.
Yeah, I'm sure. At the very least, 3-pit good tile for Hanamiya. Somehow, some way, got there, and Kajita, bit of disappointment, had a great hand, declined the Sanzo Tenpai.
I mean, if you're Kashino, like, it's actually fine. Like, that's probably one of the better case scenarios you could have had if your dealership had to pass.
Imagine if the Riichi happened instead, Riichi Ipatsu Tsumo Dora, and who knows what the Ura would have been. But you're losing 4,000 points instead of just 1,000.
Archetypes in C.
Kashita, our dealer, has the Haku pair, so callable hand here, incentivized to keep shapes even if they're weak. To so back. Once again, nice Kanchan fill. Hand shaping up for Hanamiya, though she still needs to find another block in that one. South pair, that is
Yoko probably just trying to find points now because she's running out of time. No dealership.
Yes, about 7,000 points back of the closest competition. And
you cannot really afford the last at this point because if you look at right now, current point difference, if a game ended right now, that's under 20 points between you and Mish.
Certainly want to stem the bleeding here and get at least out of 4th place. Hatsu triplet, that's huge. So now there's a path forward without opening the hand, which is definitely much better. Okawa needs more than a couple thousand points. We saw the Akai as well. Is this chi useful? Yes. That's a flush play.
Yeah, I was going to say that's definitely Onitsu at this point. If you're going to make that call.
And the pawn sort of signals that that might indeed be the play. Especially thinking and the way those tiles were plucked out of the hand to make that call signals that there's another shape, a pin shape in that.
Yeah, and now Kashino takes that 8-pin and she's like...
Yeah, but it went through before without a call, and nothing happened in between that was relevant. So should go through
again.
True. If I guess it was like a Nobiton shape, it could deal in, but that's somewhat unlikely. Especially if Kajita took so long to decide. on whether to call or how to call.
Yeah, I think as Kajita, you can't hide it anymore if you tried.
Yeah, it might also be pausing to consider, okay, this player continues to jam pin tiles against me even though I'm showing the flush. Does that mean something about their hand? And then you can read the 8-pin, say, okay, they probably just recognized the 8-pin was safe. Another thing could have been considered is just which is the safer central tile to keep. I don't like the middle mon tile, I don't like the middle so tile. But which one's going to be safer later? That's another thing that could have been considered. There's the Tempai no reach. Oh, sorry. I misread the mons there. There's a 9 mon in there, not a 5 mon. Certainly understandable.
It's okay. I've been misreading reads some weights and everything, so it's perfect. It's okay.
The 9 mon Dora is going to be tough to drop later, but you'd really like to pair it up. So certainly from the score position, greeting the Dora makes a lot of sense.
Backfire there for Kashino, but I'm not sure you could have avoided that because that was the weaker side of the block, and you had 2 Dora, so like, what else are you gonna do?
Kashino holding on to the south wind is preventing Kashino from opening up the hand. Oh yeah, this is a Tempai. It's not a good one. 7-pin jam. Just waits on the 3 mon, so she'll look for an improvement. Sunkity pin tile. Oh, got jamming. Another pair keep. Is this a San Uncle play? I'll need to peek at the hand of Okawa once again.
Yeah, didn't really see that.
Lower pin tile. Well, this is the concern.
That's not fun.
Yeah, if you recall, the way that Kashita called her lower pin shape earlier indicated there's another shape down there. And that might be why Hanamiya is more willing to jam upper pin tiles, but the lower one she stops on. And then the south, not visible, dangerous tile will just cut it. And perhaps that was also Okawa saying, I'm never dropping the Dora either, so didn't need the so shape anymore. Oh, another pair found, so back into Tempai. 1 pin, 4 pin. And if Hanamiya thinks that Kajita is on a 1-4 pin, then she is blocking this off and could even Riichi because she'll never deal in with the 1 or 4 pin. No need to consider there the 2-4 Sanchoku because she's never going to cut the 4 pin into this hand.
You're Ishan 10 here, but that would involve dropping Dora.
Or south, neither of which are good.
Yeah.
Four pin, that's no good. That is a single get out. It's tough. Okawa really wanted to do something in this hand and got Ishanten, just could not find it in herself to jam one of these dangerous tiles.
Just got one too many, really.
Yeah.
Hello.
There's the
another just sumo.
Yeah, sumo only for Hanamiya will be enough to take over second place, and she has the dealership at all last, so could make something happen here. But you know, you gotta wonder, if I had taken a Riichi in either of these hands, where would I be sitting right now?
I think the temperature dial is broken on Korak right now with 2 consecutive hands sumoing with no Riichi. Like, I can imagine like the mercury's rising up the thermometer pretty high right now.
We'll get to hear from Korak in a bit after this game ends. He'll be hopping in for game number 3. But of course, it was understandable in that situation to consider playing defensively. Or rather, offensively in some worlds, to look for the better Tonki or improved weight.
Only problem for Hanamiya with those 2 just plain sumo hands is that you can't afford to be no 10 here.
Yeah, and perhaps the other consideration is going to be just the overall standing. At the current stage, if we look at the yellow scores, Hanamiya is the only team that's in the negatives. So you have a lot of ground to make up. Even a desperation Riichi might be worth it at some points, but it's hard pressed for me to reach that 3-pin weight, and the 1-4 pin is tough against a dealer flush, so certainly understandable. Question now is, can Hanamiya repeat? Kashino considers her options. Tune back.
Yeah, wants to end this game, but like just not finding much joy.
Yeah, the gap between her and second place is just over 10,000 points. Of course, second place is the dealer, so let's consider third place. It's still over 10,000 points. That means Mangan Sumo not good enough for Kajita to overtake first place.
Does have a possible Tanya just to close this out now.
He shut them. Okawa. Hook up to... I guess we should consider Hanamiya as the dealer.
Oh, she drew the 3-so.
Whoa.
So that filled the Kanchan there, and she's discarding 9-9 for the Tanya.
Okay, this is attempt by not declaring the Riichi. Needs to find more value. Four pin, that's the Dora, but no pin tiles in hand. The 2-pin already came out. What's the play? Is it Dora backs? Is it like a 3-mon? Float Chitoi? 8-so for now, so not going to force a Honitsu.
Yeah, I think you're just a little too far away to just discard it out of hand.
We could see the break here now with the 2-so. Or even the 5. Do we have Sanchoku chances? Still tough. Yeah, we'll just start with the 2-so.
Start with the 2 first, right? Yeah.
Certainly Riichi Pin Fudora is going to be good enough to slam if she draws the 4-pin. Or Hansen was going to be good enough to get Hanamiya out of last.
Everyone kind of spinning their wheels. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, she already discarded Chun. Never mind.
Yeah, gonna have to go back to the or rather the Tanyo play. Sub-pin, maybe an extra bit of acceptance of the 5-pin, but floating the Mon tiles more. Oh, that's it. It's the wrong side, but it is Ipeiko potential. So Riichi, Sumo P, if you hit Uda, that's good enough. If you hit Ipeiko, that's also good enough. So this is worth taking the Riichi. Okawa now threatens both Kajita and Hanamiya. Kashino actually doesn't care that much. But now she has Door 2. Who might want to win the hand? Hovering the So tile, so saying, I'm out. Y'all can deal with this. I don't need to win this hand, collect any more points. I'm just going to be happy with my first place. Oh, the 3-so, but now we've got this door to worry about. Some options to dance around, though. 1-so was a possibility. 1-mon as well. Noipatsu, so that's 1 out, gone.
The wall not letting Kashino go out of bail here.
Right. Of course, the Chun is safe, but she really just wants to be safe against all the other players. Oh, Tsumo! It's the Ipeiko! No Uda, so really important that she found the right tile there. Riichi, Tsumo, Pinfu, Ipeiko is going to be 1326. Just enough points. Big time win at the end. barely behind Kajita for second, but definitely surpasses Hanamiya the dealer for third. Kashino claims the victory here for plus 44.3, confirms it in the end. In second place will be Kajita with the 2.5. Couple big hands there, but a very tight race there. Okawa missed the Ura for second. Still can claim a third place for a team. Hanamiya fought well.
Yeah, I mean, getting into the third certainly helped for Frontrunner. They still hold the lead, but KO is certainly storming up the standings, and your lead, I think, as Carl said at the beginning of the broadcast, it could easily go away in these next 3 games, and unfortunately for them, that's kind of starting to look to be the case.
Certainly getting a third place there is better than getting a fourth, so it will, I believe they should still have a decent advantage moving into game 3 of the series, but you're right, points dwindling away. Still front running this group, and we will have one more game yet to play in this session.
Looks like I'll take my leave, and the aforementioned Arthur will be coming in. Probably will be mentioning the first thing about the Riichis on those sumos. I keep on saying that. That's only
that I like Riichi.
I'm suggesting that you just like hitting the button at it whenever you can, and so we're not happy with those 2 just regular old sumos over there.
No, I hate Dama. The big advantage of Riichi is you just don't have to think. It's so refreshing. You throw it out and you don't have to worry. You just have to pay attention to the other discards. You can just turn your mind off and look for one thing.
Well, and you could make the argument that had she epots, because it was epot sumo both times, right?
The 3-pin was. I think the other one was not, but
okay. Well, either way, like you probably you certainly would have gotten more points, and you probably wouldn't have finished in fourth.
I believe that she might have been first place, depending on what happened on the second sumo. The first one was from Mangan Sumo, and first place would have eaten the Oyakaburi as well. So I think that would have been enough to jump to first going to that all last. But of course, I mean, it's so tough to reach it on a Tonki.
These are always scary, but hey, it can pay off. All right, with that, take care, Edwin.
Yep. Catch you guys later.
Thank you.
If you couldn't tell from the voice, this is Korak. So, how are you doing, Nathaniel?
Well, enjoying the game so far. They have been quite exciting. We saw that last hand, a nice little comeback sumo there with a perfect draw, necessary draw for Okawa. And we will have one more game yet to go. Folks, don't forget, we also have an update on Team WRC, played this week as well. Nionista for Team WRC played all 3 games, and she has a video update for us that we can watch after this game ends, so stay tuned for that. But I think we can hop into the players for this third game. All right, in the first, as a first dealer, the east seat will be Mai Kamo for Team Frontrunner. The south seat, Ryuho Chinan for Team Hyokodo. In the west seat, Sakuna Chimiya for Team Mahjong KO. And in the north seat, Mariko Satsuki for Team Mish. Unfortunately, we lost our Edwin, and that's kind of important because Edwin actually did a lot of research on the players and has some very interesting facts for him, but I do think that he shared those with us, so I'm going to take a peek and perhaps share that also with all the viewers, some fun facts about these players. But
well, with Edwin out, does that mean we get less Chitoy or more Chitoy? Because now he's watching.
Well, there was a really interesting Chitoy in the second game. It was a non-cut Haku versus a dealer that opened Atolsuke for the Dora, and it was spicy. But the dealer ended up drawing the last copy of the Haku. The other 2 were held and dealt in for Mangan. Ended up being a critical moment in the game. We'll see if another important Chitoy like that shows up in this game.
It should be the last game we'll be streaming on this channel for the year, so let's make it a good one.
Absolutely.
5 mons, the initial Dora here. And looks like actually Peiko shape. Love that Pinzu. Couple honors to get rid of, but overall, you give me a hand like that, I'll take it. 7 so would be really nice, of course. I have a bunch of honors to get rid of. Do you ever go Honitsu?
Probably not, but we think about it.
That's how I'd treat it, is a no but.
Mm-hmm.
Couple Pinfu hands here. This has a South pair. Could even just be Chanta, especially that 3. That gives me Peiko. Question is, what do you do about those 5s? All could be Chitoi. 7 pin going to be held. 9 going to be swapped out for one of those honors. Speak of 9 pin, probably should honor here. Creates another Penchon. Could dream of the Junchan even there. We'll have to shift down into Monzu. 6 pin just goes back. 3 of a good floater. Going to sit on it. Of course, anything near door and an possible Sanjiku upgrades later. 6 pin. Out goes the 9. Maybe a 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9. Not ideal, but some upgrades possible. Ooh, how much do you believe in Chitoitsu?
You have to consider it. Oh, and we'll play this 4 mon instead of the 7 there. 4 mon, a better connector
it gives up
to
on the
door.
door indicator.
But
it gives better shapes to hold the 4, especially with Dora.
Right.
But the 7's going to look really safe here, having cut a 9 and a 4.
Right, says the Sujin says. So that means that she's thinking about the Chitoi more than the hand, but flush.
You know what's better than a Suji? Just waiting on a random honor.
I'm curious.
5 in the Pinzu. The 1 really doesn't do much. There's some weird Itsu shades, but we'll be held for now. Back goes the Hatsu through on last turn. 6-0. Ooh, that tempts me to go Horitsu. 2 pin. Pinzu shape's getting pretty.
That's really what I was thinking about this whole time, is what tile would move me into Honitsu. 6-0 is a start. Then if you draw the 7-0, that might be a chance to commit. You do drop back Shanten, but it could be worth it.
1 pin allows his hand to go for Junchan. It's Ishanten. 4-so. Speaking of Honitsu plays, not going to lock it in just yet. Still keeping the Chitoitsu Ishanten, of course. 6 mon. That is a frustrating tile. I just cut the 3. The 6 does give some 4, 5, 6 Sanjiku. I don't like the 3, 4, 5 as much here. And that decision goes with the 3.
Yeah, a little bit awkward.
Haku.
Oh my, Junchan potential.
Well, I'm getting rid of my 1 mon. I'm not even thinking about this now.
It is awkward that the 2-so's coming in the 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4 shape already. But
Well, this hand feels like it plays itself now with that Dora draw. It should be 7 pin or Shaw. Goes with the Shaw 4, so it connects the 5 here. Shape's a little bit better, really needs a 3 pin. 3 mon, that is Tempai. That is a terrible draw. Throws it back, says, I don't want the Penchon 7 pin Riichi Domi.
Yeah, 2-so draw actually gives some utility to the extra 5, so that was in the hand.
Pay could be held as a safe ton. It said between Shaw and 7 pin last turn and gets it there. 3-so connects and does get rid of this Penchon. 8-so useless, especially having cut the 9 earlier. East, back it goes. Oh, well. That's not Tempai. So you can obviously just cut the pay and try and figure it out later, but
Yeah, I mean, keeping all the pin tiles gives the most flexibility for how that shape ends up resolving.
yes, you lose the Nuki if you don't just cut your spare honor there. You can see the Chi here for Honitsu.
2-so
8 pin. Oh, that's a bit tragic cutting the 7. Tile drawn, but throws back. It should be 5 pin or even door here. You could also go 8 mod if you're really greedy.
Leaves that option open to draw the 6 mod and be able to keep all the Dora.
8, so isn't it? Still Ishan 10, very wide.
Oh, there is
6, well, that's what we wanted. Riichi Pinfu Dora 2. 4 pin, 7 pin. No! Wait, did I misread this shape? I had to have misread that shape.
I don't think so.
Huh?
So
We'll see it in a couple turns, but that's some high brain decision making.
This is like Riichi Pinfudora says, "I'm weak. I've dropped a Dora. Don't worry about me."
Now, we'll see. The 9, not ideal with that Dora cut. You're wondering, was this a 7-8 mon lock-in? Because that would be a good excuse to cut the Dora. So the 9 mon's a really terrible tile. Can also go like 2-pin and kind of hedge everything. But I think you just have to decide whether you're fighting here or not. It does not want to. This is one where you know the 9 mon is probably the right cut, but it deals it quite a bit. Eventually gets there. Yeah, no, just cut the Dora. Could have cut the 8.
Oh,
There is
Junshan.
Junshan Tenpai.
Take
Doesn't
it.
take it, though.
Despite the 5 mon coming out, not willing to jam the 7 mon.
This is Tenpai. There are a few waiting options. One so's the most straightforward cut. You
Tuso
can also
leaves
cut the
147.
2 so for the widest shape.
Now we gotta consider the Riichi, of course. South?
What about Chinitsu?
Oh my, that's aggressive.
That's Tenpai.
Yeah.
Isn't it? It has to be.
It is
Yeah,
definitely
you cut the
5 pin is
5.
the most natural, but could also cut one of the so
This is
tiles.
actually a Tonki, on 4 so or 5 so. But 5 pin is a safe tile here, so I just Riichi that.
Yeah, that's also a consideration to Dama or to Riichi. Of course, we have a flush player that's now dropped a second honor tile.
Riichi, Tanya, Dora, good weight. I don't think too hard. I throw a stick out. Especially safe entry. But no, going to back off a bit. Two mon. That's a 7 mon Tonki shape. Oh, the 3 would have hit. But this is Tenpai as well anyway, so you just got the other south here.
We get our Chinitsu trainer practice now. Satsuki as well, doing the math. Natural course to cut the south, but then what is the weight?
Let's see. I know there's a 1. I think it's 4-7, but I'd have to check. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, and then you have a 2, 2, 3, 3. It may just be a 2, 3. What, a 1, 2, 3 shape? Maybe a 4 in there?
Yeah, typically this.
Yeah, I think it's just 1, 2, 3.
If it had an extension on the lower side, say it was a 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, then you get the extension down to the 1 as well. Because it's on the end, you don't get that extra tile. All right, so weight determined. Satsuki's satisfied. Plays out the south. That's very important when you're this position, that you take the time to determine your weight. You don't want to make a mistake. Oh, the Tuso.
Drew the 7 pin. There it is. That's going to do it. Chinitsu, Mongon. Of course, the Dama from the Riichi Tanya Dora hand, or it would have been, saves a deal out on that 7 pin. So the Chinitsu Satsuki going to jump way out in front in East 1 here. And great result if the scores were to end here. Team Mish would be in first place.
All right. Well, we move now to the dealership of Chinam, who I should add is actually appears to be the brand new pro. Actually became pro this year, it looks like. So,
congratulations there.
Congratulations.
A few pairs here. This looks like a slow Pinfu hand. This is a Pinfu hand. The 3-so really helps. The shape's a lot better. Pinfu, Tanya, maybe even. This is a few pairs and a 9-mon Dora. The 8-8-9 shape just incentivizes you to go cheat toy when you have a bunch of other pairs. 6 fits in with the Pinzu. We'll cut the 8. Not going to hedge the Peiko. Holding that 3 pin. Are you seeing a 2-3-4 Sancho in that hand? Because I was.
If you are, I am. I always am. This hand, it's 2-3-4 Sancho. I'm just saying.
This one might be a stretch. This one, on the other hand, it's possible but unlikely. This is the one I was thinking of. There are routes to it, and immediately throws it back and
Understandable.
puts the dagger in Nathaniel's heart.
Look, I might be biased. I might have an obsession with 2-3-4 Sanchoku. It's okay. Not every player needs to have that. It's probably better for you to not have that.
3 connects here with a 2. Speaking of 2, that's a pair up. It's actually 6 block. I think you just go the Haku, but instead throws the 2 back. For another pair, Chitoitsu Ishanten.
A couple pair heavy hands here. This also with 5 pairs. And that includes a pair of Dora. There's just so many options for a normal hand that you don't actually have to force the pairs with the Peiko type shape.
Well, there is the 2-3-4, but the rest of the shape's not ideal. I kind of want 3-pin. There it goes. It gives you a Peiko. There are some shifts up to a 4-5-6 Sanchoku. There are a lot of reasons to go that route. Haku pair up. It is live still. One mod's actually a great Chitoi tile and will be held here. You see a bunch of 2s and a 3 out. You figure the 1 has a pretty good chance of being in the wall here. 7-pin. That's now Ishanten for possible Riichi Pinfu Peiko. 2's a blank. Just toss it back. Another one of those 2-mon.
It helps disguise the weight.
We have an 3-4-4-5 completes the shape. Oh, there's our Tempai. Riichi Pinfu, possibly Peiko. Expensive end of the 5-pin, cheap end on the 8-pin.
We just saw this win at the end of the last game. Can we see another 5-pin sumo?
And that East cut is, and I'm out.
Certainly feels like
Forso's a pretty aggressive shove here.
So we'll go through.
Hakuito's safe. All 4 of them out now. Possible Penchon, but likely folding.
It's tough to fold the door too.
Yeah, this is south or 4-pin. It goes with the south. You have 2 doors. You're incentivized to try and find something, but oftentimes it's just not there. Goes with the 1-2. Hatsu doesn't matter here. Back it goes. Hatsu doesn't matter here, but going to continue with the south and hold on to it for another turn.
Mon, not really clear.
Well, you're kind of wondering, why have I not seen them?
Yeah, that's a really common thought when you see a Kabe, like all of a tile. In this case, you see 3 of them, but that's good enough.
Oftentimes it's honor with a Shampon, occasionally it's a Chitoitsu, but a lot of the time it's just, that's not part of the shape.
Yeah, my first instinct...
There's another hand that's going for that Chitoitsu on the 1-mon, though.
I think when I see that sort of wall forming, I think, oh, this tile's hard for people to use. It should be safer. And then I wonder, this tile's hard for people to use. Why haven't I seen any? How are people using it? And the way they use it is, of course, to have it as a pair. And then...
Was this Ishanten for Tanyao?
Okay,
throws the 2-pin.
You are allowed to fight as 4th place dealer.
It is East 2. For 4th place, not as big a deal, but dealer are always important. Nine-pin doesn't help. South doesn't help. Another one of those 1-mon, so that's back into Chitoi Ishan.
And it clears.
And immediately followed. Thank you very much.
And followed again.
Yeah, it's oh, well, that's why no one had them. That's why no one had thrown them, as they were just stuck in hands.
Ooh.
Interesting that the 6 was not called. That would have been Tempai. Out goes the pay. 3-pin. Thinks about it, but nope, that's it. 5/8's the weight.
Oh, Tempai anyway.
That's also temp. I would have to throw the 6. I don't think the 6 is that bad. See a few 4G, 3 4s, and of course the 7 came out fairly recently as well. So yeah, there it is. Dama waiting 3 6-mon.
Yeah, with only 2 draws remaining, we'll safely get to Ryukyoku Tempai.
2 players tempai at the end. Chinan manages to hold the dealer turn, with 1,500 as well. And we'll have a repeat. East 2-1, 1 stick in the middle.
I wonder, for these players, how much television time they've had. It's always a little bit nerve-wracking to be on the broadcast table, but it's a great experience. I had my first time recently, and it was, I know there was some broadcasting of the Sparrow's Nest Open as well, so the U.S. players have gotten some television time. Ed was talking about his own
if you want to
experience.
see the VODs on that, we do have those on this channel. Ooh, Ishanten already. A whole bunch of disconnected tiles. This is almost a go for Kokushi, but it's not quite that bad. 4, pair up another pair. That makes 3. Maybe Tanya. 608 Sanjuku possible. Couple pairs. Do we dream 9 Sanjuku Doko?
We always dream Sanchoku Doko, and it almost always remains a dream and nothing else.
Yes, holding the Hatsu here, hoping to pair it up. 7. I go 6, 7. The shapes are starting to come together, but it's just still slow. This hand may end up being just Junchan. 2, so no, the 2, 3, 5. Probably an honor cut here.
Yes,
No, goes to the 5, locks it in. Wants Chanta.
Normal to keep the 5 if you're planning to move towards a normal hand. A little bit more acceptable to cut the centralized tile if you plan to angle towards the Chanta. So it definitely gives a signal as to what is in the mind of Kama there.
Well, similarly here, 5-pin is a Chanta cut, but you have this 6, 7, which incentivizes you to go normal. 1-pin's kind of hedge on both and does go with the 1. Choose a blank. South pair up. 6, another pair. It's not really a Suanko hand either, so getting extra pairs not ideal. That doesn't matter. Riichi Pinfu. 4, 7-pin.
Yeah, very quick to drop that door connector, so I was unsure if that was a sort of perfect shot around the Dora or just a Kutsuki floater. Or even just a floating tile to hedge door acceptance. And there are no door in the hand.
But look at these hands. It doesn't look like any of them are fighting, at least not directly.
Certainly not so much information to work with from the start, so avoid Ipatsu and play for what you can moving forward. See how the tiles.
Chinan's the only person that's really trying to fight, but not doing it directly. I think the other two are pretty hard folding. Which is kind of what you expect from dealer.
Slight progress for Chinan.
Keeps trying Kinzu, but not the right ones. 2 and 9, waiting for 7, of course. Oh well. Ishanten here.
You should trust the Suji Tuso.
I think you can reasonably trust the 2 there because there's no reason not to take the Dora waiting shape. Unless you just have an absolute trap for Sanjuku set. Which, while it sounds really cool, is really hard to pull off.
Maybe a spot where the force of being Dora actually helps disguise the Tuso.
Wider shape, but I kind of just throw it back. No, it goes to the 3. This is widest shape for sure.
But also Suji to the 6-mon, so maybe a little bit safer than potentially dropping the 2 would be.
3-pin. That's a wide shape.
Put 6
When
mon.
you have so many of the
7 mon.
tiles on the same Suji line, it always gets a little scary.
Certainly the mon tiles are safe. However, that also means that the 8 mon is... Oh, I believe the 8 mon is actually cut 3 times, so that even helps.
Yeah. 6-7 keeps the shunted and moves the hand the most obvious route without real danger. Accidentally reveals a 6. This is the Riichi hand. Second Dora drawn. The problem is it does not fit at all.
Well, 3 mon passed, so we can start there.
Yes, you wanted a 1, 2, 3 Sanshigu, but it's just not happening. This is... should just be... oh, gonna throw the 6 back. I'd have gone with the 7. We're gonna see it being held for a little bit longer. 2. Oh, well, it was 1, 2, 3 Sanshigu. You see the long pause of the... well, so much for that plaid.
Tenpai.
There's Tenpai. This should be a slam. It is late, but it's not that late. I think you just throw the stick in.
If this is Pifu, we could consider trying to Gambit snipe the 5-so, but
It's not. There's no Yaku. It's not even Tanyao.
Exactly. You're really deciding carefully. It just takes the Riichi, and it's totally fine thing.
The straightforward play, plus there are 2 sticks out there right now, so it's not as cheap a hand as it may look immediately.
Ooh, the Doranipatsu.
Just draw the Doranipatsu. Well, it does clear the 4-so here, but not going to get tossed. Oh, the 7-pin deals in. Riichi Pinfu. No Ura, but a couple sticks as well.
Yeah, and that deal ends up not being so painful, and even if it was painful, I still think it's the correct decision, so good Riichi from Jinan, but better win. Or Satsuki.
Extends the lead here. Ichimiya will be dealer in East 3.
Ichimiya at 23,500, so within striking range of second, within striking range of first, even with a nice hand here as the dealer.
Well, the best way to be in striking range of first is to be first. The second best option is to be dealer.
Also,
yeah, that's a pretty nice hand. Also, Chun pair here could even be Toy Toy with these shapes. A bunch of pairs, callable pairs even. Nice little Manzu shape there. This has a Pinfu. This is Junchan. I want it to be Junchan anyway. The problem this hand has is that floating Hatsu Dora. When does it come out? Let's see a 6 go out. Just keeps the shapes as they are. Not really prioritizing floaters. 2-so. Well, that's a fill the Kanchan. Continue moving forward. 1 does nothing with a 3-4, so it gets tossed back. Now, the 1 does a little bit here with a 1-3-5-5. This is a do I want to hedge towards Shanta with a 5-mon. You see the hand is over the 5, pulls it off. I think it's just the most logical cut, unless you want to go Toy Toy. You can hedge Toy Toy going 7-pin, 9-pin, or 3-pin, and we'll do so. But because the first 1-pin was passed, you kind of lose a bunch of outs that way. It moves it much more towards Chitoitsu.
Certainly you're hoping that the 1-pin is hard enough to use that it comes out again. You might be harder pressed to make that decision if it was more centralized how that had come out before.
3-so, Penchun filled, and now I think you just play for the straightforward hand.
Yeah, Sanchoku live.
1, 2, 3 Sanchoku with a Chun, maybe Chanta in there. 7-so goes back. 6, well, now you have a 5-6-6, not ideal, just gonna throw it back as well. 7-mon worthless, but going to be held over the 2-so. I feel it's one of the more debatable shapes, a 1-2-2-3. How highly do we prioritize that Ipeiko?
I personally put that pretty low on the priority list, but I know you have different feelings.
Yes, I put it very high on the list, especially if I'm going for Chanta. I'm looking for any sort of value adds. Because there's a long-running gag, never go for Chanta. Well, the answer is it's not that you don't go for Chanta, it's that you're going for something else and pick up Chanta along the way sometimes. And
Well,
there's the
It's not the
pizza.
right hand. It's not the right hand.
No, it's a different hand, but it is funny.
It is funny. The three shows up in the same shape. And hey, confirmation that the Tuso cut was correct.
Yes, it comes out and says, okay, well, whatever. And there goes the 2. Oh, well, another lower Sozu draw.
It's awkward because now that the Tuso has come out a couple times that...
Oh, Chun does get called. This is Ishan 10. Will not be Chanta. Should be the 7. You still want to be able to chi the 2-pin and get the Sanshku here. It's
Absolutely.
not that much value, but you don't lose anything by holding it.
You don't hate the 2-pin as a tile either here.
No, or even just the last 1 pin. You could just pull it in your tempai anyway. Those are the 7. Trying to slide this down a bit. Oh, 9 mon pair up. This is Ishan 10 Ryanman. 4, 5, 6. The question is, does the Hatsu ever come out? Especially with the open hand, I imagine the answer is no.
Yeah, 9s and 9s, a very clear signal to that.
Well, that just tempai. 2, 5, so Pinfu. Will it be a Riichi?
The weight is a little weaker than it usually is. It's only Riichi Pinfu, no door visible. So there definitely are some downsides.
And there are a bunch of Tuso out already.
Yeah.
But it is the simplest and most straightforward play.
Korak approved.
Chinen's just looking for value and going, wait, sometimes there just isn't any.
Yeah, I know if I was in that seat, I'd be thinking, I Riichi Pinfu a lot with the depleted weight, and then draw the door late and deal into Mangon.
Well, it's not that great a weight, but it's the most straightforward way to play the hand.
Absolutely.
And as I've mentioned many times, I don't like having to think when I don't need to.
Now, sometimes playing straightforward is just the way to go. Definitely.
You're a little concerned because you haven't seen the door at this point, but you think there's a decent chance it's exactly what's happening, which is that they're split across the other hands who are all kind of bricked.
We did see it get paired up, though, by the dealer.
Yes. This is an Ishan 10. Would definitely be called down if it came. This is a tempai play. Can chi this and then maybe cut the 1?
Could even wait on the 2. Yeah.
Throws the 5, waiting on the 2 instead. 6. Well, it improves the shape, but that Hatsu's never coming out, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, 5-mon Nakasoji and waits on the Gamutsu 2-mon.
8 so goes back. 2-pin goes back.
It's a bit of a jam.
Well, this hand was Chitoy or nothing, and you'll note there are not many pairs left in this hand.
Therefore, one conclusion.
Therefore, it's good. Oh, the 1 so would have been kind of nice. But with the 2 out,
funny.
it doesn't do anything.
Oh.
Oh, the wrong draw! The 4 would have come. Now it's Furiton. At least just jab the 4. You see the long hesitation here. Wait, what do I do now? 1 pin, 1 pin? Do I just throw the 1? Do I have to jab the 4 as ugly as this is?
We'll play for the Furiton.
Throws the 1 mon. Takes the Furiton 2-5.
So can still bail everyone out of this hand with a backdoor Tsumo. Oh, that 2-mon, so unfortunate.
2-mon would have come. Oh, that hurts. Well, now you can pick a Tonki.
Okay, now I should
Waits on the 4-mon Tonki. You'll see a chi here. I imagine that door is not coming out. The plan is to get a call on the Pinzu. Oh, there's the 4! Just pick the right Tonki.
We've seen that a couple times now in this series. Little bonus
There's extra
fu.
fu here, of course, with the Anko and the Chun Pon, so it'll be 40 fu.
But that's a couple Riichis now by Chinen that have not worked out despite being strong Riichi.
And Sasuke will be dealer here in East 4, 39,100.
We're talking about television experience. Satsuki certainly has that experience. Was the 14th and 19th Joryu Susume O champion, and the 26th Mahjong Masters champion. So just absolutely played a lot in front of the camera. We've seen her look very comfortable in this game.
Well, I saw Kama with a nice little Honitsu hand. Does need the south, though, but in the south seat, not a huge issue. Just a Pinfu hand, but look at all those odd-numbered tiles. 1, 3, 3, 5, 7, 9, I think. That's never ideal. 6-pin, loosely connects, just bad shit. Oh, well, that's a route to Mangan. I think that Kama just has the best hand by a long shot here.
And when your second best hand is this Kokshi, definitely feels that way.
Kokushi, always a fun hand to go for, but it's just so hard.
Oh, that's a great
7
fill.
so fills.
Gonna need a couple more of those draws, but
yeah, the shapes are terrible. Ends up cutting the penchun here, like the floaters over it. Chun going to be held as a safe tile, because I believe there are 2 out. Yes, there are.
it's gonna be interesting for Tina if she fills one of the penchon shapes, particularly the Dora penchon shape, if she continues to float the Kokshi or if she tries to build a normal hand.
Oh, 5-pin, another draw. Still need a 3-pin there. And there's the last Chun. So the Gokushi not dead. Tumon Anko. 9-pin Anko. And it's going to Riichi here. Riichi, Dora 1, waiting 3-pin. Of course, Sumo will be extra foo here.
That's a strong play from the dealer.
Just kept filling all the blocks. That's one way to do it. And Kokoshi completely abandoned, which is normally what happens when you hear the word Riichi, especially when it comes from dealer.
Yeah, and I expect the same to come from everyone. Just no real reason to force this.
That Honitsu hand is good enough to consider fighting against dealer Riichi, especially row 1 dealer Riichi, but it's a how much danger do we want to put ourselves in? Because the other part of this is that means that the Yakuhai are much less likely to come out being live at this point. Of course, the 8's safe here.
3-pin became Suji after the 6-pin cut, but it's still a tile that's close to Dora. And against early Riichi, a lot of times the player ends up with a bad weight around the door because they didn't want to give up that block.
Trusting Suji near Dora is a bad idea. Trusting Penchon Suji near Dora, very bad idea. It's not actually a Penchon, but I would not be shocked if it had dealt in as one of the other players if you try throwing a 3 here.
1-pin is Suji. This
1
one's
pin
safer
is
than the
Suji,
3-pin.
but that's not quite as bad. It is the door indicator, so it is not live.
Right. Well,
5
here we go.
so, well, this is kind of your decision point. Because the 8 and the 9 are not very safe right now.
Yeah, you're kind of
At the
hoping.
same time, running, where are our south? Well, should have had those ages ago.
Maybe you think that the Kokshi player is just going to prevent you from making progress and you just fold. Or rework the hand cutting the honor tiles, because those will be hard to find.
Well, this point, the Kokushi player's just sitting on one of them. You would hope that it would already come out, but we're a row later. And we may see a call here on this Penchon in the offsuit. It is Ishan 10. See the long pause here. And nope. Draws another Sozu. And the long pause pretty strongly suggests that I have a Penchon here.
Yes. Still, 7 models only come out twice, and the upper mons are still not cleared, so 8, 9 mon gonna be hard pressed to shove those out.
See, this is the shape I kind of expect dealer to be having a lot of the time here. This Penchon using the Dora. Another 7. Well, this is your take it or give it up. Says, okay, fine, I'll take it. Goes to the Haku. This is a play for just Tenpai payments, maybe an awkward Itsu, but probably just the Chi for Tenpai.
Yeah, this is the long
And
way
it's
around.
not Tenpai just yet. Once, okay, Itsu looking a little more realistic. Oh, cuts the one last turn, so that's not going to happen. 5-pin. Bunch of tiles in that area, but I don't think the 2-5 Suji is cleared. So this may be the end of the hand.
And we still need a pair, so can dance, but
7, possibly Peiko upgrade. That is Ishan 10.
long route has turned into the longer route.
Hatsu. Let's see. Are there any out? Is it still being held? Still being held, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's where the last one was.
Found them.
5M. That's going to be kept back. Where are 3-pin? I think there are 2 left. 1 left.
Yeah, I was thinking 2, but
I was thinking 2 as well. Because here's one of them. And here's the other one. Yeah, that's what I thought. 5. Ugh. Look at that pot. That is just tragedy.
that's Tenpai. The 5-pin coming
No
out is a
Yaku
route.
because there's no Yaku because it is with the 9, but Tenpai payments don't care about that.
Yeah, very lucky. First of all, discard of the 5-pin to allow Kamal to push into this, and then also immediately draw into Tenpai on her last draw. Very clutch, but props to Kamal for giving herself the opportunity to be in that position by calling the 7-mon.
All right. Well, Satsuki is going to get a repeat here. 39,600. Again, with how close the fight for first here is, you definitely want to run the score up. Not in this game. I mean the yellow standings, if things were to end here.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at those numbers, if things were to end here, Team Mish would actually be taking over first place.
Pretty good starting hand there. Ooh, 5-pin's an interesting draw. Another pair. Feels very Tanya, but some Chitoy. A whole bunch of Monzu. Wow, could even be Sulanko.
Yeah, I see that hype. I immediately want Sulanko.
Whereas I'm kind of the opposite. Yakuman don't exist, so I don't even consider it.
I just never draw triplets. So when I do, when I have 2 triplets in my hand, it's already so rare. Sulanko's not that much rarer.
Ooh, 6, so makes this fairly wide Ishan 10 and Sozu now. 4 fits in with the Ryankan now. 6, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wants to go Chanta, but still has this 4-6 to get rid of. Dora is Chun. We see the Chun pair here. Of course, one in the previous hand as well. 2-pin could be Chitoy. It's Ishanten. You kind of hedge both with a 7 so cut, but instead just going to throw it back.
Yeah, not super easy to decide how to play that Ishantam. Because there are
7-10. That is Ishanten. If you get the Tenpai for the possibly Peiko, do you ever just Dama and greed for the Suanko?
Well,
Oh, ew! I just want to throw the 5-pin.
I
What
agree.
a disgusting draw. It is Sananko on Sumo if you Riichi this, but ugh.
I mean, you can.
I definitely want to go 5-pin or 7-pin. Nope, going to Dama here.
Okay, see the
And
poem.
Dora Pond.
Roan?
6. No, there is no Yaku. No Sananko.
It should be Sananko with a Kanchan.
Let's see, with a Tonki? Oh, yes, it would.
But wants Suanko.
More here. You'd have the Sananko, and this would be a wider shape if you reach the 5.
Yeah, that's really funny.
This long pause is the wait a second. That was Yaku, wasn't it?
I mean, it could also be, do I want to reach this or still continue to go for Suanko?
The 9-pin is not a great tile here. You're only adding 2 9-pin.
I think part of the challenge there is that you have to have decided before you cut the Dora, if the 6-pin comes, if they pull the Dora and the 6-pin comes, oh, it doesn't matter. Okay. Pinfu will shut it down.
Pinfu says, let's get out of here.
Yeah, if the pull comes out, you suddenly have a little more incentive to just take the Sun Uncle run. Because you're afraid of the Dora 3 hand. But, I mean, Suanko is so good, especially from the team that is in last place overall. I think it makes a lot of sense to greed maximum value there.
Well, we are in South round now. Kamo is dealer. Nice little Monzu shape here. Decent shapes overall. Needs the 7-pin, though.
Truly, a Pinfu ends it all.
Gonna hold onto the north. Cuts the 9 first. This is a Chun pair. Might be Chanta.
Dora 2.
Gonna cut the 9. Dora 2, though, so you just take anything you can get. 7 connects with the 9 here. Ooh, that is a frustrating tile. You just go with a pay. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, because we need a pair, it's helpful, but it also really...
it's an annoying draw.
Exactly.
It moves the hand forward, but in a way you didn't want.
Limits our Tanyao options. It doesn't allow us to keep as many Tanyao floaters as we would like.
9-pin goes back. 3-pin pair up. I think you should go 9-mon here. Lock in the Tanyao. You may end up losing the Dora, but it's worth the same anyway, so it's fine.
Necessary 3-pin draw.
It just needs another one.
Yeah. Or a 2-pin. That would solve a lot of problems too.
2-pin would solve problems and create others.
Certainly, the value of the 3rd Dora will compensate for the new problems, additional problems added.
Speaking of 2-pin Dora draw, though, I'll fit in with the 3. Now 2, 3, 5, 7 in Pinzu. 4 so pair up. We'll cut the 9. Probably going Tanya now.
Yeah, this is...
back.
I'm really interested in the hand of Kamo. We'll see how that 2-3-3 pin resolves because the 2-pin is Dora.
5-pin pair up. Just too many pairs in this hand. Oh, not even Anko with a 7. Imagine it's 1-mon. Yeah, this is Ishan 10 for just give me the Tanyo and get me out of here.
Chida continues to draw Monzu. We don't need those. Thank you.
4, 5. Oh, well, that's Tempai. Waiting on 4-mon Dama. Tanya only.
There's weight improvements with a 6-mon. There's also Sun Anko potential improving draws.
1-pin is not it, though. 2-mon. No dreaming of 2 through 4 Sanshiku going on here.
It actually would have been an interesting way to play the hand. Because you have the 7-mon Anko, you can whittle that down to be a pair. And then...
Oh, there's your Sonako draw. Going to Dama here. It says now Shampon 4 so 5-mon.
Here's that.
Oh, that's just a fill. This is Tempai waiting on 3 so, but not going to take the Tempai. We're going to see the 3. It says, thank you very much for getting rid of my bottle deck.
So this is a Chi looking for the Yakuhai here. Chun still missing from the board. Also, though, if you draw 1 pin, you can shift into Chanta as well.
1 pin. Pretty dead, though. Only 1 left.
Yeah, certainly not expecting it, but well, we welcome it.
This is a how do I get Sanchiku from this? And the answer is you don't. Which Sozu do you want to cut?
You could also preemptively cut the 8-mon and hold the 2-4-6 Yankan. I'm not sure if
you
that's
could,
better.
But you cry if you draw another Dora.
Exactly.
Drawing it back. Trusting in Sanzo. We'll see if that comes. East pretty useless. So, Well, that's a draw.
Ooh.
Well,
Don't
accidentally
worry.
nudges the Dora indicator, so not a Dora.
That's very funny.
If it's any other tile in there, I think that's a Chombo, but that's the one tile if you actually knock over, everyone's already seen it. So, wow.
Revealing tiles from the wall. From the dead wall.
There goes the 4, so one going to be held back. Out goes the 2. 9, so isn't it. Well, there's your Sunso Pen John. I think he's throw this back, though. And does. 4 pin, that goes back. Haku isn't it. 3 out now. 2mon, of course that cleared recently. Hatsu, nope. Everyone just looking for that one tile, and they're not coming.
Wrong honor. I gotta say also for the call made by Chinan, 1, 2, 3 calling the sheet. There's also the opportunity to call 2, 3, 4, and it's very natural to call your penchant shape. It's a normal thing to do in Mahjong. Usually it leads to better shape, although we have some in Chun now.
Yes, gives up on the Sonaka route, but now 3-sided, 2, 5, 8.
But with the penchant chi, you are giving different information than the 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4 looks like a Tanya potentially. 1, 2, 3 looks like something else, and that something could be Yakuhai. So maybe it signals this weight as Atosuke. The other thing though is that if you do chi 2, 3, 4, you eliminate the possibility of Chanta.
And that's going to be the deal. And here it's Tanya Nomi. Doesn't get the Fu boost here, just the 40 for the closed hand. And there you see the 1,300. Sasuke says, I don't need extra value. I just need to win the game. Chinan will be dealer here. Has got nothing going. A couple of Riichis, but they're not paying off. 10,400, and her team is in a big hole. Wants to go on a big run here. 4 so is the Dora. Nice Sozu shapes. Overall, meh. 1, 3, 3, 5, 8. Not a great shape in Manzu. You do have the 6, 7, 8, 9 in Sozu, but it really, you're fishing for 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku.
Yeah, and she'll fish the east for a while, which I like. Oh no, 1 of each honor wind and 2 of the dragons.
That's the unifying Kokushi. I may end up just going Kokushi hand.
Yeah. Satsuki has points to play with, so doesn't need to win this hand.
South pair up.
So the hand Kokushi also needs a pair, but that is Yakuhai.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think you just play Honitsu and plan for the Pinzu. You're not totally locking yourself in. Oh, Dora draw. 3, 4, 5 looking a lot better with that pull.
So the East not
I
coming.
could just cut the East. Could go 1mon or 3mon. I think I prefer the 3. Take the Ryokan, but instead it goes with the 1. Gives more Tanya routes. I feel Tanya with that hand's really hard. 2, 4. This is just bad shapes. How many bad shapes are there in that hand?
We're gonna go Kanchan counting.
The answer is yes. I think there was 1 Ryam and everything else was Kanchan. 6 connects to the 5 here. 5 connects with the 4 here. Honitsu looking a lot better now. 5 so pair up.
It's not helping.
Cheat boy. Another pair. 1 pin, 1, 3, 5, 6, 8. 2 extends the Pinzu, and now you just abandon the Kokushi. When you keep drawing everything in one suit, it's okay, fine. Because you can still safely fold out, even if someone surprise Riichi's. Oh, well, there's your Anko. Do you get really greedy? No. Riichi +1, good enough.
Yeah, I think this is fine. As much as I love Sanshoku, you don't need to be too greedy. There is some, if you didn't have an Anko of a 9, you could consider holding it for a Tanya shift later, but
Yeah, let's just take the Ishunten here. There are even Itsu routes if you start drawing like 1-so or 2-so.
Ishantan for Chimiya.
Speaking of 1-so draw, but the wrong person. 5. That is not the tile.
Okay, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. We have
This
a plan.
has to be either 3, 4, 5 or Sanjuku or just fold. Everything's bad. This is the what could I draw to make this hand look even worse? And I don't think he could have chosen a better tile. Because at least say 3-so, you can go for a cheat toy.
Yeah, I was gonna say that exact tile, but Chitoi.
3-pin pair up doesn't do much because you already have the 4-so Dora pair, but you're gonna hold as a 1-3-3 shape. 6 mon, isn't it? Though back it goes. Might see a chi just because what else do I do with this?
It advances you towards your Sanchoker.
You mean Tanyao?
Tanyao. How about
that?
both?
Looks like a Korak call.
Yeah.
I respect it. Tanyao goggles deploy.
Play the hand at all costs.
4, okay. Well, now the Sanjuku is looking a little more tempting, but the 1-so is useless. Going to throw the 7, though. 5, that's another pair. Could go 9-so here. But just going to throw it back.
Yeah, understandable.
8, pair up, useless. Another Pinzu draw. Still a little bit of work to do.
By a little bit of work, you mean like 3 tiles?
Let's see, isn't Chun dead? I know it's at least one. I think I see 2 of them here.
It's hard to tell. Oh, yeah, you're right. I do see 2. So that can't
I'm gonna
be...
require just a 5th Chun. It's soon.
Tough to find. Tough to find that 5th copy of a tile.
6 mon isn't it, and yeah, you just cut the honors and you just play for the K10 anyway.
And the nice thing about playing this way is that you can fake out. Oh, could be 5 on there for the Ipeco chance.
I definitely don't like throwing the 8 back. I definitely got the 5-man, because why? I see Ipeco.
Yeah, 7-so one's cut, but you can see most of the copies of the 8s, so it's really hard to use. 7-so actually looks kind of live.
6 is not a safe tile. This is one, do I really want to play this hand? And the answer is maybe.
Well, the thing though is you can
door draw.
disguise how far advanced you are in your Honitsu and try to bluff people off of their hands. Might not be bluff dealer off, but maybe the other 2 players. So she's
Ishunten for open Tanya Sanjuku Dora. That is definitely the hand I'm paying attention to. Oh, backfire with that 2. Could have had the Itsu route. His hand's still Ishunten, but plenty of Sanjuku.
No.
No.
Yeah, there were signals that 7-so was live.
I think we know it was the last one of the wall, but just lost a lot of value. And I'm just trying to figure out where your other value in this hand is. It's hitting Ura, I suppose.
Yeah, at this point it's just getting to Tenpai. This 3-pin looks a little suspicious against a player that's gone 2-pin, 1-pin in a flush hand.
Plus, there's also the demoralization aspect of the maybe I should have gone for the Ipeco. Yeah, I don't mind this 9. Allows you to maneuver without exposing yourself too much.
But the problem is there's just not that much time left to maneuver.
Yeah, on your middle 3rd row, there are a couple draws still. 5 connects to the 6 here. Should just continue cutting the lone honors, but unlikely to get Tenpai just because nothing's been called.
Yeah, it would.
And that big Honitsu play you. Oh, well, that would have been a different Tenpai.
Okay, but at least you can 3-mon. Or 6-so?
I think 6-so doesn't look terrible here. It is by the Dora, but I'm just not buying it. You can go 7-8 if you're really scared.
Still 2 copies of the 9-so unseen?
Does go with the 6.
We see them now.
Out goes the 9. Not going to give the 4. Tone useless. 1 pin. Still Ishunten. 2 pin. That's not Tenpai.
There's still time.
Could go 4-5 here. Could also go 3-mon for the wider shape. I like 3. Yeah,
Three
it
is
does
natural.
it. Just go headless.
All right, but you're really hoping to find a chi or get that last draw. Pair draw or any jam and fill will also be a tempai. You just have to jam a 9-pin. I say just.
Plus, you've thrown the 6, so the door indicator doesn't feel that scary. Oh, we did see a call off screen. At least I think it was.
At the very least, this north is not what we were looking for.
No, it's useless here. And you're out of draws. No pawn. You just throw the safest tile.
Yep, 3-mon comes out. Somehow.
That's it. No one gets there.
Yeah, the big play, though, was Satsuki bluffing the Honitsu with the 2-pin. Remember, she drew a Mon tile or a So tile, something that did not help, but decided now's the time where it looks like I will have hit Tempai, or at least a very strong Ishanten. And that stopped Shinan from being able to comfortably drop the 3-pin. And as a result, Shinan the dealer did not get to Tempai. And so it passes around once again. Nice bluff from Satsuki.
Well, Ichimiya will be dealer here. South 3 are getting towards the end of the game. That was Chinan's last dealer turn here. Ichimiya trying to make a comeback. I see a triple south, the Onko and the double south. 6 shows a great draw here. This looks like a maybe 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku hand. Haku, maybe 2-pin, maybe 4-pin, or 2-pin, 8-pin. I think Haku is the normal play. It goes to the 2, though. 9 completes the 7, 8, 9. Still a bunch of honors to get rid of. It's a Pinfu type hand. Oh, Haku is Dora. There's our answer as to why.
Yeah, Dora always going to
Pair.
sway the percentages.
Right. 7 so extends the shape in Monzu. Should be 8-pin or maybe 5-mon. 6, 7, 8 in Pinzu here. Still just need to cut an honor. Out goes the east.
This is going to be an interesting build for Chinan, who has lost the dealership. So only 2 hands left in the game, potentially, to accomplish the
pair up. Can call and go here. The question is, can you get any more value out of it? This may be the time to check the Dora. I also don't mind 2-mon, but the 2-2 shape, yeah, there it goes. Does just go ahead and throw the Dora.
Now, this is your opportunity to get it through if you want, but Chinan needs the Dora, so...
The problem is the hand just doesn't have any other value, so I like holding on to it. That's one where you just float it and use it as a pair. Or if you don't get there, you don't really want to win the hand anyway.
Right, and Chimiya will open up as the dealer.
Having some problems holding tiles. Not the first person at this table. It's been a little clumsy. Might be 2-mon here. I want to go Sanshoku Tanyao.
I like that as well. And so does Kamo.
3-mon pair up creates a 3-3-5 shape. Now maybe you throw the Dora 9 so the other. Oh, 5. That's a really awkward play, but we have Tempai here. 1 4-mon. Speaking of 4s, 1 pulled in immediately, but fits into the hand. 3 so. This is Tempai, but yeah, I love the 1-1. Unfortunately, it deals in here.
Very cheap though, 1,500. Get a home ball as well.
The Hatsunomi, the home bus, so 1,800. But that's just such a wide Ishanten that I think that's a very good discard, even when it deals in. Something I always tell people is just, it deals in, therefore it's bad. No, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider the fact that could have been Tempai for 4 additional Han by cutting 1-mon, 1-mon, like, you can take a Tempai now or be Ishanten for 4 additional Han. That seems like, depending on the situation, worse, but an improvement.
Yeah, slight improvement. Only 4 Han. So yeah, we're just talking, what, Riichi Nomi to 5, maybe Hanemon on the Sumo and Ura. Really look at these hands. Mediocre Pinfu hand. Hatsu pair, maybe call and go to Dora here. Wants to be Tanya, but has this Penchon 8-9 pin. How that ended up going determines the rest of the hand. Hatsu pair as well. 9 mon goes back. So we are Mochi Mochi on the Hatsu. So that opens the hand here for the Dora 3 now.
Backup play for Kamo, though, has drawn into pairs.
7 so pair up. Can go Tanya now. Does have the 1-3 to worry about. Yeah, just draw all the Dora because Satsuki has not been running hot this game.
Not at all. There's absolutely no reason why she's at 40,900 points. Actually, there is a reason. She's been playing very well.
Been playing very well
Yes.
and hitting things well.
Absolutely.
It's always both. 1 pin, not hedging the cheat toy, wants the north. You have an overlapping shape in Monzu. It's not great, but neither's anything else this hand, so just cutting the Shah I'm playing. A little more straightforward. Anko now with a 3. So 3, 3, 3, 4. 1 pin. Dare you dream of Itsu? No, I think you just want Tanyo. Again, Tanyo goggles deploy. Gonna get the 6. Holds the 1 for a relatively safer tile. 4. Okay, that extends the Monzu shape. Completes one of the runs. The 2's an extra floater now, though. 3 so pair up. Should be the 4. Out it goes. 2 so. I want to cut the Penchon.
Hovering.
Can go with the 5 pin also. I don't ever like cutting the 5 mon. Yeah, it goes with the Penchon. 9 creates a Ryokan in Sozu. 2 mon pair up. Okay, now you can check the Haku. Or you can go 1-3 so. Goes with the 1 so. 8 mon does nothing here. Nishanten for Son Anko, actually. And there's the other part of the Penchon out. 1 so. 1, 2, 2, not much better. I kind of just throw it back. Yeah, hold your safe pay. You can always Hatsu later. 4 so connects to the 3 here. Definitely looking towards Tanyao. Question is, do you want to slim down to 5 blocks or keep 6? Keep 6. Maximum acceptance. 4 so.
Ooh.
Do we dare start dreaming of Suanko?
Do we dare to think about Chitoe?
No. I'll just answer that myself. No.
West will go back.
2 pin. Doesn't do anything here. 4 pin. Doesn't really do much. Just going to toss it. And will be cheed. Says, I have my Tanya Dora 3. I just want to start calling. I finally get an option to. You've been giving me this garbage that didn't fit.
So really,
it cuts the 5. Doesn't like the floater. When I have that kind of value, I'm very willing to take floaters.
I really tried to balance the lead that she already has. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there's Riichi. Riichi confirmed possible Hatsu. And of course, we have the Hatsu pair. So if it gets broken, it will deal in.
Yeah, it's also funny that with that shape, you can also hold a Dama and then switch to any Tonki for Chitoy as well. Of course, this way is perfectly acceptable. I wish that you were allowed to win on the 3 mon as well. That'd be so. It's just the funniest thing to me.
Another Kansei Chitoy cultist.
I need to spread the news. It's so good.
Can we just ban Chitoy altogether? Because that'd be my vote.
Okay, 5, no go.
6 mon, just keep shoving here. With 3 Dora, you don't have to worry too much about it. Might see a Ishanten here.
Alma has done a very good job of sticking around and being able to find Tempai when she's out of position in the hand.
9 mon, isn't it? Oh, that's not a good tile. But it's Kenbutsu, so back it goes. 2 pin isn't that bad, because again, you'd probably keep the Dora shape. Now we see, 3 1s. Out goes the south. 5 mon. This is wondering, wait a second, is that good enough? Probably. But at the same time, you're trying to figure out, is there a way to Tempai? Could also go 6-0 here. Was kind of wondering why it hadn't come out yet.
Certainly, there's a perfectly reasonable.
The plan is to pawn it and not worry about it, but it's still stuck in the hand.
Perfectly reasonable to cut the 6-0 here as a safe tell, but the hesitation sort of implies to me that Satsuki really believes the 5-mon is very safe. With the early 4-mon and the 8-mon cut that came out afterwards.
If you think it's safe, jam it. There is the 6. And it does get called now Tempai, Otozuke on the Hatsu. Of course, good luck with that. Ooh, now that's an interesting draw.
7-mon Suji.
Yeah, 7-mon. You could also go 8-8, but yeah, just throws it back.
Yeah, I didn't think the 8 was much better, although now that I see
Oh,
the
there's
6.
the 6 that had been waited for the whole hand. Unfortunate. Could go 9-so here. No, throws the 7 back. East goes back. 6-pin. Not ideal, but out it goes.
Number of 5 pins visible. I believe they.
I think it should be the 6. I'd follow this every time. Nope, going with a safe 9. Doesn't want it called. But when the person behind you is the Riichi, you're not worried about it getting called. At least I'm not. This is one where it's, can I ever get to Tempai? Satsuki doesn't need to overexpose herself, but at the same time, it is a dealer Riichi.
Well,
I don't hate even just 6-so here and hard fold.
yeah, I mean, she can see 3 of the 6-so, which makes the 8-so look a little bit better, but we're this late in, there is still a decent chance that that 6 came from a 6-6-7, and then the 8 would be really bad.
I think both of those are good discards. I don't like cutting Manzu here.
Certainly, we know the player on the left cannot use the 4-mon, so.
Okay, goes to the 8, keeps the Ishun 10.
Giving her team a chance.
This is one where you play count the Suji, and the answer is there aren't many left, but what is your other play? I guess 6-pin? I'd shove the 2. The problem is it is a dealer Riichi, and it's your competition for second place here. So if you deal in, it's catastrophic.
Yeah, other bailout options are in the Pinzu, but oh, the Hatsu!
Oh, there goes the Hatsu. Deals in. Riichi Hatsu Ipeiko. I see the surprised look on her face. Wait, it did come out? I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, that's not an easy decision to make. The 2-mon's certainly one of the bad Suji in the Manza.
Yeah, and that was a little too much Moashi, just maneuvering around. If you're going to fold, throw the 6-pin. If you're going to shove, just shove. Unfortunate there. Going to drop Kamo into a pretty deep third place now. Ishimiya now competing for first place with repeat 3 in South 3.
Yeah, this has been a bit of an extension now. We'll see how much she can run it up.
Of course, the other part of this is looking at those team scores. That dealing really hurts.
Let's pair again.
All right, Pinfu hand, possible Ipeiko, possible Rian Peiko, but a lot of work to do to get there. We have double Nakabukure shapes. I always start dreaming.
Oh, for sure.
Possibly Peiko here with a 3-so.
Similar ideas.
South pair, maybe call and go. 8-so pair up. This is feeling a little Chitoi. Could go 1-2 Penshan cut or the Haku. Goes to the 1-3. Speaking of 1-3, that pulled into this hand. So the 3-so is kind of dying. The Peiko's likely to be very sad. Another pair up. Are we in Toitsuba?
It's getting that vibe about Hatsu triplet.
Okay. Well, there's your first Ipeiko pull. 5 extends the shape in Sozu. 3-4. Could go 1-1. Could go 7-pin. Goes with a 3 instead. I kind of like holding on to the 3 just because I'm seeing a lot of lower Sozu. I think it just has a lot of tiles nearby in the wall. But we know where they actually are. That's in this hand. Ishun 10. Should just be the 8. May get really greedy cutting the 9. But just plays it the most straightforward way, throwing the 8. 1 so goes back. 7 fits in. Should be Haku or even 8 so. And the 8 so there is that I don't want this to be Chitoitsu. 4 pair up. Ooh, this is a really interesting cut. There are about 6 different discards that are all fine, and that's one of them, of course. Seven Mondora draw. Well, I think you just float that. Haku out. You cut the Penchon if you get anything nearby. There's the Hatsu. Chewed isn't going to help. 9 pin is a blank. Tumon, not going to help, was discarded the first turn anyway. This is what tends to happen at the beginning of second row, is everyone's a little close and then it just stuck.
Yeah, it's a Dora
Indicator. Well, the Dora Indicator not useful when you've already cut the 4-8.
Yeah.
You just have so many Furiton problems. I goes the south. We do know there's a pair in another hand.
That's
not called.
A hand that really needs to stay closed, and so Chitoi Ishanten, I believe.
2 pin doesn't help. Yes, this is the Chitoi to aforementioned hand. Could go 8 mon if you want to go full Chitoi. Now it goes with the Haku because it's 2 cut. 5, 6, 7, 8 just shifts it down.
5, 6, 7 sounds good potentially.
Tone goes back. 1 so, well, that's a draw.
That's an awkward draw.
That is a hideous draw.
Will we throw that back?
I would throw it. It's either the 1 so or the 9 pin. And yeah, I like this. I like you, Peiko. 5 goes back. Dora accept. It should be 2-1. Yeah, there they go. 4 pin, good floater, but the hand's pretty much locked in at this point, so it goes back. Chun worthless.
Yeah, that 2-1
cut.
The 2-1 cut is kind of interesting here in this particular shape because it's lacking a pair. When you get Tenpai, you are on the Shaba, which is a little awkward, whereas you could be on a Penchon instead, which is not much better, but
this is not Tenpai. Try to decide whether to go 7 so or 1 so. I like the 7 here.
This is actually a really good what would you do sort of situation where all of your shapes are good at finding a pair, and the pair is what you're looking for the hand. So you have to pick the shape that preserves the most options.
Right. The 7 so hedges some weird Itsu shapes as well, especially if you connect elsewhere in the Monzu, which is why I would have gone there. Well, I'm going to shift down again. Now the 4, 5, 6. And there is a Chi. This is now Tenpai. And that was why the 1 came out, was to be able to call this down. Tanya, Dora 1 or Dora 2, waiting 4, 7.
A nice reasoning from Satsuki. North, no good.
Pay, of course, useless. Another pay being useless. They do tend to do that. No one waits on pay until they do.
That Dora coming out from Kamo just in time.
I didn't mention it, but that's Tenpai Shumpon 5, 6 with Hatsu Dora 1. And there's the 5. Out it goes. This is not extra foo here. It's just the 40. It doesn't reach the 50 threshold. Because that counts as an open set with the 5s. Is Hatsudora 1 dealer.
3 Homba, though.
Makes up for it there. That's why it's deceptively the 4,800. Actually, 3,900 rather than the 4,800 for the 50 foo.
Yeah, I don't recall what the first call was, but if that was did happen to be a pawn, then it will get over.
All right, well, we have a Pinfu hand. This has a west pair. This is west seat. Maybe call and go. The shapes aren't great. There's no value whatsoever. And Kama would like something from this hand. It's not happening. Oh, 5-5-6-6 again in Pinzu.
These are different sets of tiles. We've had a couple of the repeat shapes from hand to hand, but with back-to-back hands, they're using, alternating sets. So it's not as if the shuffling is going awry. It's just been quite convenient that way.
Satsuki with the Honetsu and goes for it. Cuts the 5. And the thing about going Honetsu in the Dora suit is even if you don't have any Dora, it doesn't matter because you're either A, going to draw it, or B, destroy anyone else who doesn't Onko it up.
Yeah, it forces all the other players to use a Dora shape, and you're holding so many of the So tiles, it's hard for them to complete those shapes.
4-pin, pretty good floater, but it's just slow overall. 2-mon isn't a help. And now you should be thinking, hey, wait a second. What are those discards? Is this some disgusting cheat toy? And then just, no, this is a disgusting cheat toy.
It really needs to find some way to get the value. Cheat toy certainly could get you there.
8-mon is useless. It goes back. 4, it's just cheat toy. I don't think you have to overthink this too much.
Kamo really trying to eliminate all the So tiles from her hand.
2 will get pawned. That is nice little upgrade. Still needs these, though. 4, that's a hard commit to cheat toy. There was a regular hand in there, but not being taken. Bit of time to reorganize the pawn. There's a 3-so connected to the 4.
The 3-so Dora is going to be critical for both Jinan and Ichimiya.
2-pin doesn't do much, but the question is, what do I want my cheat toy weights to be? I think 8-pin is the most normal cut. Instead goes the Haku, says I want to check it now rather than find out later.
Yeah, this is actually a really interesting strategical move where the dragons could be used by the flush player. So you have the option of cutting them immediately and trying to get them out. Find out if they have it before they get to Tenpai. Because if they're holding a pair, it's a lot less likely that you'll be able to pair it up for your win. At the same time, if you feed them tiles, they're more likely to win, right? So that's
like that Haku,
right? That certainly would not advance your game state or your position.
You also get the bonus of making the other 2 players at the table really mad if they do call it.
Like, what are you doing? It's a flush, can't you see? Of course.
No, this is something I have done to Nathaniel tables over and over, and he always gets mad at me for it.
Riichi, Korak immediately feeds the Honitsu. Like, Korak, I'm in Riichi. I can't do anything. Stop feeding him.
Still going for that cheat toy. The Honitsu Ishunten now. This was Ishunten, but getting out of there south, never coming out. Chun goes back. 3 connects with the 2, but triple for E10 if you were in a regular hand. Just keeping the cheat toy. It's not a thing you get to say very often. Triple for E10.
4-pin again, just follow cut. There's the Dora.
That is Tenpai and a Dora waiting 2-5-so.
Yeah, that copy of the Dora was really important. There were a couple players who could have used it. It went to Satsuki, though.
2-3 could have maybe moved forward, and out goes the south now since it's been cleared.
Bear in mind that both the 2-so and 5-so have been pawned by Satsuki.
Yeah, can't chonk on yourself. It'd be funny, though.
2-so is the door indicator. So there's only one tile on the wall for this weight. Or not, maybe not even the wall, but one tile from Satsuki's perspective.
I did actually see a Mahjong game that did let you chunk on itself. Needless to say, a bug was reported to the developer.
5 pairs.
I mean, 3 safe, 9 safe. South is actually a very good discard here because it's 2 out, but with that third call, you're going, wait a second. Similarly, this has to be Chitoy or nothing. So it's what pair do you want? What floater do you want to cut? And this hand is the one that just stuck, because it just almost never makes it. It's just hard folding with that 3.
Yeah, boy.
Well, South, I believe, is 2 cut, and this is a disgusting weight.
This is a targeting weight for sure.
This is an I want to ruin someone's day.
So still safe. If Satsuki draws, it certainly can come out.
One so isn't it? Shaw. Just go with the Chun.
There's Sotal that can't come out.
Tone, Doritonki now. Sanzo weight. Much better than the situation as it was before,
Single
with the
copy of the
1
5
tile possible.
Yeah. Well, 4 can come out now.
Safe tiles now. 7 mon. I mean, you just have the value. Just keep shoving.
Well, do you know that almost every single tile will go through? It's just the 1 copy of the South.
There, see 1 South there, and 1 in front of this hand as well. Shaw is safe. Or at least it should be safe.
Actually, surprisingly absent.
Yeah. I'm looking, I'm not seeing them.
That Shaw's
Folds out.
Wow.
Because this is where they are. 2 stuck in the cheat toy hand. It is definitely a possible weight. I think it's just a matter of who recheat as to why the fold happened there.
And this is actually really important.
Because combos of no threat. This moves Satsuki. Satsuki does not gain anything shoving here. It will be first place dealer in South 4. And Kamo's not a threat. At least not yet.
But
however, Kamo, if you deal in from Satsuki's position, is a disaster with the overall team scores.
With Ichimiya folding and Satsuki holding Tenpai, there was going to be a bit of a gap built, but that last second draw means that the gap between Ichimiya in second and Satsuki in first is now still 1,000 Asia points. So very easy to overcome, especially when 2,500 points are sitting in the middle of the table. At least including the home buff.
The home buff 5 will definitely get your attention.
So any win will be a first for Ichimiya. Satsuki, of course, if she wins, will keep going. The gap is close enough that Kamo can even think about a first place here.
Yes, there'd be a huge gap on a Mongon Sumo level with all that in the middle. And of course, 500 extra coming from anyone on, say, Hanemon Sumo. But we look at these hands. Pinfu here, not great. This is just Chun, maybe calling go. Which is an ideal situation for Ichimiya. Just get the Chun, play it fast, not worry about the game. Get your first move on. There's a Pinfu hand, maybe a Tanyan here with 1 Dora. 3 connects nicely with the 2, 3, 4, 5 in Pinzu. 8-pin Anko, still looking for that Chun. 8-mon, good floater, should be the East maybe. There it goes. 3, 1, 3, 4, 5, 8. Just going to cut the honor still. 5, that's the first important fill. Haku being held. 6 pair out. Ugh, shapes are just bad. Well, it's Tanya time. Out goes the 1. 3 completes a different shape. Now you have a 2, 3 and a 3, 4, 5. 8-mon, decent floater, but everything here is bad. The Sozu shape just really ruins the hand. 7-mon, few options here. Could go 4-pin, 7-pin, 8-so. I don't like throwing the 5 here, but I think 8-so is the most logical cut. Could also just go the 7-pin. Goes with the 4. I prefer hold hand to the 4 just because I like Sanshogu.
I might be looking at a different Sanshogu. 8-so.
7 connects with the 5 loosely. Still looking for the Yakuhai. Chun's been stuck. Oh, well, there's your 4. See, I saw the 2, 3, 4 before you did.
Well, at least Kama like the 6, 7, 8.
Hatsu worthless, not collecting floating dragons. Cuts the 2 out Haku already. 9, not ideal, and you gave up on the Sanshku a couple turns ago with the 9-pin cut, so that almost has to just go back. Goes the 9, so instead keeps the 1, 3, 5, 7 shape.
Hmm.
And this is the problem with the 7, is this could happen.
We'll hold it.
Might as well hold it for a little bit anyway. Ooh, the 6 is a nice draw. Might be 8 mon. Yeah, there it goes. That'll be Pone trying to brute force a Tanya out of this. Tuso pair up. Could go 9, 7 and treat that as a 3, 5 and 5, 6 with a pair. Could go 5 mon. Could go 8 mon. I like the 9 pin.
If you want to force a pair. 3
Once again, I'm deploying Tanya goggles here.
The thing though, Kamo really wants Mangan for first.
Well, it's not Sanshaku, and the 9 doesn't do anything here. Gonna cut the 3, maybe move this toward Chitoi. 6, that is not Tempai. It's Ishanten for Chitoi, but I don't think you take it.
Chitoi door 2. Sumo Hanemon.
Yeah, you either have to throw it back or throw the 5 mon. We're going to see the Chi. That gets rid of one of the big choke points this hand. Still waiting for the Chun, though. Another 9, so that's useless. It goes back.
Satsuki really trying to rush
7
the hand in.
up. Chitoi looking better now. But from the looks of it, that is not the draw she wanted. Throws it back. Pay pair up. Could just go Toy now. You don't even need the Chun in that case.
And not only is 100 good enough, but if you end up with 3 Han, that's pretty good too.
Wait, no, it can't be Toy because the Chi was a 5, 6, 7, wasn't it?
But definitely has a couple different Yakupai options. Pay, of course, one of them, the Dragon being the other.
Or Sonanko with both.
Can we see Sonanko?
Well, it's Chitoi, and unfortunately, the 7 mon is very sad now in that hand. So what do I do with it? Just tosses it back. 9 going to be held as safer tile, and there's another Chi. You see from the second Chi this late, it's got to be Tempai. No, it's still a disaster. Tuso Onko should be 5 mon or 9 pin.
Still probably aiming to use a door if it's drawn.
Yeah, I'd go 9 here. Again, just because you're looking for value, 9 pin makes a lot of sense here. Two of them out already, so it's not like holding it as a pair candidate helps you at all. 7 pin, that it's Tempai.
147. Riichi Tsumo Pifu.
Wait, is it 7? It's just 1-4, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, 1-4. Riichi Tsumo Pifu Tanyao Ipe Kodora. The Hanemon, that would be it. Enough points to overtake for third.
There is 1-4 also visible here, and with that early 1 pin, you suspect the player on the right might have one. At the same time, it's your win condition, just slab it.
Yeah, I mean, you can think about going 3 pin, 2 pin, and playing for the Mon shape. Maybe drawing another door up, but the door actually goes to Chibi.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Back goes the south. Speaking of, south back again. 6-0 isn't it. Again, looking for the 4 pin. 6 will be Pone. His Tempai might be the 8 mon. Out it goes. Waiting Tanya Doro 1 on the 6 mon.
Yeah, this would be a tough challenge if Kamo has to fight something, push something bad.
5 pin. It's in the danger zone. It's not the deal in tile though. It looks terrible against that pond.
A direct hit would be of a Mangan would be an overtake. So rough challenge.
Shove the 5. Was the Riichi tile, so you figure it's probably not going to deal into anyone else. Oh, you ought to really ruin someone's day? Hit the con button.
Oh, wait.
Let's
we're
go.
actually doing it. okay, this is important. She's trying to make a large enough win for Chinan that Ichimiya will take over by Oya Kaburi.
Ooh.
This is a heads-up play.
Very smart play. Very evil.
Oh, now door 3.
That. Oh.
Make that door a 4. Why not get Tenpai 2? And now Satsuki has to play for this. But if Satsuki deals in, then... Okay, Senpin's safe.
7 hates it. Does not deal in. As mentioned, it's a 1-4 wait. And now the table looks a lot more tense. It's always funny what a con does to people's faces.
Yeah, things have gotten spicy now. Satsuki knows she needs to beat Tenpai because Ichimiya certainly is.
Ew. 7-mon not terrible here. Could just jam the 3-so as well. With the 7-mon, because of the 5 Riichi, you figure 4-7. Nope, folding out. Because I'm going to let someone else. Oh, there's the big hit! Reach, Shiba, Pinfu, Tanya, Ipeiko, Wondora. Nope. Still a huge win here.
That's enough. That's enough for Chinan to overtake Kamo. That's also enough for Satsuki to drop below Ichimiya. It's going to be 3,000, 6,000.
Yeah, Chinan escapes last like that. And the Oya Kaburi know it at 30,000. Well, there's no requirement. You hit 30K here. This is the end of the match. All those Honba, the sticks. Ichimiya, the winner, 29,839.8. Satsuki in second with 8.1. Chinan in third in a big comeback, minus 16.1. And Kamo at the end, you see the sadness there, minus 32.3. And boy, you look at these scores, we now have an absolute dogfight.
Yeah, we're going to get a look at the totals for this series in a moment. But, man, I just have to say, that was... Some really strong play all the way around, especially at the end there. Ichimiya making the con to try to hit her condition. Turns out she didn't need it. No Ura were found despite the 2 indicators, and the Hanuman was already there. So it was super exciting stuff. And Kamo, unfortunate 4th place, but she was playing really well as well, finding Tenpai in places where it didn't look like she'd be able to get there. And also, it just sort of seemed like every time that you had a sort of non-standard but interesting move, Kamo also liked that decision as well. So maybe you found your Sankei Shimbun playstyle match.
Well, what's the number 1 rule of Mahjong? Just Shubo.
Certainly. Well, let us head then to the standings. As a reminder, this is what it looked like at the start of the day. Front runner was, well, the front runner, 143.4.
Running out in front, name checks out.
It was a very strong performance up to this point, but the results of today were a little less stellar. Minus 95.8 for front runner, and it was Mahjong KO pulling in the largest advantage here, 87.6.
Yeah, negative second, small first, and then a tiny first.
And
to get a big win. And Hyokado got a 22 in second place overall, and NYSH in third with minus 13.8. And let's see the new scores.
Yeah, this is where things get really exciting. We have a new leader.
That's close.
And not only do we have a new leader, but it is going to be an absolute dogfight now for the top spot. I remember last year in the Sankei Shimbun Cup, one of the teams got into the playoffs by nature of finishing as the closest team in second place in their group. So all the first place teams made it, then one second place team made it, and they had the smallest margin between themselves and first. It could be this group this year. Front runner currently just under 6 points behind, and that's incredibly tight. Mahjong KO also very close, but still some games yet to be played. One of these groups could break away, and front runner could, jump back up in top. It looked like they got a bit unfortunate this time around.
If it stays anything like this, this will be the group with a second team into the playoff. But that's for another day.
That is for another day. I mean, there's another group that had a pretty close situation. We were talking about this at the start of the day, and that is taking a peek at Team WRC. And as a reminder for that series, WRC was close behind Ground Queens in this series, 92.2, just around 47 points behind, 46, 47 points. And it was Nishida playing for the team all 3 games here. Let's see the results here. In fact, as we take a peek at the standings as they come through, how about we listen to Mio herself as she describes how this day went.
皆さんこんばんは。久しぶりにお会いできて嬉しいです。今日は久しぶりの産経新聞社杯に参加してきました。今日は3連投したんですけれども、1回戦目は前回映像対局で我慢しすぎちゃって、悔しい3着取ったので、攻めてみようと思って追っかけリーチをいっぱいしたんですけど、残念ながら1回戦は全部宝珠に回ってラス取りました。で2回戦目は、挽回してトップ取って、3回戦目はオーラス、逆転トップ狙いでリーチかけたんですけれども、同順積もられ戦2戦それで悔しい3着となってトータルポイントは少しマイナスの結果となりました。悔しいだけどまだ首位狙える位置にはあるので、残り3節3人で力を合わせて頑張りたいと思います。では次1月は、映像対局です。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。今年もあとわずかなんですけれども、お先に、良いお年を。ではまた。
All right, thank you, Mio, for that. And unfortunate there that final result ends up being a bit of a gap here. And I believe that results in May's Bar are starting to open up a bit over the other teams in this division, but still within range.
Yeah, of course, we saw coming into this, it was the Ground Queens that had the advantage, but they took the biggest loss here. Team WC stayed roughly the same, so very interesting to see. In the updated standings, it's now May's Bar that has the advantage with that big day. WRC roughly around the same points, but within striking distance. Ground Queens just a touch farther behind, and Little Stadium with the farthest gap to reach. So definitely looks like getting close to a 3-team race now.
Yeah, it does look like it's 3 teams. May's Bar with the advantage off the strong result. But the other part of the message was, of course, the same thing we're going to tell everyone here. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. This could be our last stream from the WRC channel for the calendar year anyway.
Certainly, but we'll look forward to watching more Sankei Shimbun Cup, the continuation as we near the end of the season, as well as the second time watching Team WRC on stream. Cannot wait.
All right, then. So let's go ahead and wrap it up here. I know we had Edwin on here. That's a new one. Haven't heard him that often. Of course, Nathaniel. I think we had Kyrol earlier. This is Korak. Hoping everyone has a great day. If you're looking for more Mahjong content, I think, of course, we have all our VODs on this channel. If you're looking for more live Mahjong, I think N League's kicking off and has its show going on right now.
Very good. See you next year.